shoot. Had to get out here and get my steps in. I had to get out here and get my steps in because if I don't get my steps in, I don't feel good. I need to get my steps in, feel good about myself. But the Karmelo Anthony verdict, they said, is in. They said that they reached a verdict. Somebody had said that to me. Hope they're not just telling me that, but they said they reached a verdict, which, guys, a quick verdict is not good for him. A quick verdict is not good. That's the only thing I could tell you. Because I had said to people yesterday that I would, if it was me, I would reach a quick verdict just because I know, just because of the manner of what he did was, I don't think is justified. If somebody, because he said that the guy put his hands on him, so I don't think it's justified. So that's just my opinion on it. Oh shoot. I was live earlier, but I had a situation with the Uber Eats. The guy delivered to the wrong address. He came to my address, but I already had put a ticket in. I told him, you still get paid. I'm still getting my stuff, so don't worry about it. He said, yeah, but I'm going to be straight. I'm like, yeah, you'll be all right. Get out here and get some exercise. Do anybody know exactly what time the verdict will be read? I'll probably still be out here for a little bit. I'm just walking to the corner store. But as a matter of fact, let me check. Hold on. (2:05 p.m. Central). Hey guys, they should be reading the verdict now. They should be reading it now. So y'all let me know what the verdict is, because I'm making it to the store. I still don't have my car. My car is at the Nissan dealership being serviced for rodent damage. And I had to file an insurance claim. And they still waiting for the parts. So I'm out here getting some exercise. I had tweaked my ankle, so I'm moving a little slow, but I made good ground though just now. I still had to get my steps in because the park is right. I don't know if y'all can see it. It's a park right there. So I walked through the park. But they said they got they said they reached a verdict. So they should be reading the verdict right now. So I've already told you guys, a guilty verdict, a quick verdict is not good. I told y'all that before. Gotta be careful in the city. Cars be out here don't hit me. Mess around in city traffic. Oh man, hold on. Let me see. It should be right now. They should be reading the verdict right now. Take my shades off. Hold on a second. And I can't even see. It's in the sun. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. We got a verdict, guys, or what? Man, I can't even see. I can't even see the chat. Hold, let me put my shades on real quick. Hold, let me look. Y'all know I'm used to. Y'all know I'm very notorious. Jay, you know I'm very notorious for my cheap ass shades. Hold on. I still can't see the chat. These things supposed to be polarized. That's what you get. What you pay for. Get what you paid for. Now I can see. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the verdict is here, guys. The verdict is here. You said they're gonna give brother. No, 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 no. It's not the death penalty. It's not the. It's not a death. It's not a. It's not a death penalty. It's not a capital case because he was 17 at the time. It was. Oh, my bad. I got a bum foot. I'm trying to run in traffic. Look, the light changed on me. I know y'all like you get your ass out of traffic. Well, leave it up to me, guys. Well, let me see. Y'all hear me? Well, I almost been a goner in traffic. I'm sitting up here, don't tweak my ankle. Crazy. But you can't let nothing stop you. Let me cross the street. So I'm gonna walk in the park. Woo. I need to sit in the shade or something. All right, let me stop complaining. You know what I'm saying? Go walk in this damn park. That's what I need to do. But yeah, the verdict is here, guys. So I told you guys yesterday a quick verdict is not good. Because I told you if I was on the jury, it won't take me that long to come up with a verdict. And guess what? They came up with a verdict. It's not good, man. They gonna get that boy murder one. I'm just telling y'all, man. It's just because look, they didn't even ask no questions. I heard they just say, "Hey, we got a verdict." That's it. It's crazy, man. Let me turn it this way. I might have to mute this. Yeah, man, it's crazy. I told you the guys before. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute this real quick. They playing some good music. Walk up in this park. I used to this park here. I used to play football in this park back when I was a kid. Woo. I made good ground though for somebody that's gonna tweak his ankle. I can't wait to get my car back. Look, I might sit here at this bench. I just found a bench to sit at. It's like kind of in the sun though. I need something out of the sun. Let me see. No, I can't sit here. That sun beating down. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see something. Is the verdict been read yet? Guys, the verdict's supposed to be read like right around now, guys. Let me go find somewhere to sit down. This is the sun around here. This is part right here. Play football right here. It didn't look like they did a lot to this park since I was little though. Let's play football right over here. Pop Warner. How's it going? Baseball too. They redid the whole baseball field and everything. Oh man, yeah, the verdict is supposed to be read soon, guys. Like I told you, man. Look, I need to go sit in this dugout. Is it open? Because that'll shield me from the sun. I'm gonna sit in this dugout. I'm gonna sit in this dugout. No, they don't got the dugout locked. Yep. Hold on a second. Yeah, they locked it. They locked it. That's all. There's just some shade right here. At least I can get out of the shade, get in the shade real quick. Yeah, they locked the dugout. So, like I said, a quick verdict is not good. They didn't take that long for them to deliberate. Oh, they waiting on the judge? Okay, it's about to go down. Y'all let me know. I might have to like go on YouTube and watch it, but y'all let me know. I already know what it's gonna be. Now, hopefully I'm wrong for him, for his sake. Hopefully I'm wrong, man. I would go lay out here on the grass, but me and nature don't get along. The ticks would have been on whoop my tail out here. Already got a beef with the squirrels. They tore my car up, man. Damn squirrels. Ugh, let me sit down. Damn squirrels tore my car up, man. But I got some spray for them next time, though. Whew. Y'all let me know what the verdict is. That's a sign the bird just came up to me, man. Right to my foot. You said they mad over Diddy, so they gonna take it out on Anthony. What's up, Bunyan? What's up, Miss V? We just waiting on the verdict right now. They waiting on the judge. I told y'all it's gonna be quick. If one state I know is Texas, this is what I want people to do. This is a learning lesson. Sit your kids down, right? In your particular state, read them the law when it comes to self-defense and stuff. Because sometimes you never know, your kids might have to defend themselves. Let them know the law. Because once they hear it, they can't unhear it. Okay? Just let them know real quick. Let them know their rights. Let them know if they get arrested, they have a right to remain silent. Let your kids know that. That lasts a lifetime. They'll thank you for it later. Or point them to me. Because I can school you on if you get stopped by the police, especially at a sobriety checkpoint, I can tell you how to get through it. I can show you step by step how to get through it. This is very important, guys. Like, this is for anybody. This transcends race. This is for everybody. Please let your kids know the law, please. Just tell them they don't have to know everything. They just have to know their rights. If they get stopped or anything, let them know, man. Just to be quiet. Don't say nothing. And also let them know conflict resolution. Teach them conflict resolution. If somebody come to me right now and want to start some trouble, I know how to resolve it. I know that I can talk my way out of it, or I just walk away. There are consequences. That's what you have to let them know. Let them kids know, man. There's consequences to everything. In Texas, you have to know in Texas, if you 17, they charge you as an adult in Texas if you're 17. If you under 17, that's the first thing the police ask them, how old are you? He said 17. Okay, we send you to the big boy jail. And also in Texas, if you under the age of 18, it can't be a death penalty case. I know police everywhere. And guys, this is not something to get upset about. This is something to teach your kids about. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. My phone might be choppy now. I might have to end this and come back and talk about it. It's a learning lesson. There's consequences, though, like you said. Police everywhere, of course, man. I ain't never been inside nobody jail. I'm one of the, my boy, he joked with me one time. He said, "Man, you a square cat." He said, "You square." He said, "I don't know nobody more square than you." That's what he told me. He said, "You are square." He said, "I know never to commit a crime with you because you telling." I said, "No, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I ain't do the crime. I ain't shit. I'm too old for that. I'm too old for it. Too old, and I was too young. I was like, I ain't going in there. Sorry." But what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna eventually end this when they come back after for the aftermath because it's going down, guys. Unfortunately, actually, I'm gonna go take my way up in the house. That's what I'm gonna do, and go on my computer, talk that way. I'll come back out here later. But yeah, guys, it's a heavy police presence. They making sure there ain't nothing going on at that courthouse. It's nothing gonna go on anywhere at the courthouse. People gonna be peaceful. They might protest a little bit. They'll be peaceful though. Sad, man. Somebody lost their life, and somebody's life is on the brink right now. Life is forever changed. Well, his life forever changed when after he did it. All right, let me make my way up in here. Woo, moving slow. Make my way on in here. Get to the computer and wait for the aftermath. Uh-oh, what's up? Let's see what we got. Yeah, the trial was only supposed to be 2 weeks. That's what they had called for anyway. They estimate that from they estimated based upon how long it'll take. I mean the witnesses. I believe he only called 4 witnesses. So yeah, it's unbelievable how quickly lives can change in a matter of seconds. Lives can change just in a matter of, just a matter of a split second. Just reported, no verdict. So what does that mean? They didn't come up with, they didn't reach a verdict? How you doing? No verdict. Like, what does that mean? They can't reach one? You said just reported, no verdict. Maybe they can't. Well, they still gonna have to deliberate. He'll read them the Allen charge, meaning go back and check again. If they can't come up with one. Or unless they just tell the judge we can't reach one. Hold on. Let me see. Go to my computer here. Let me check the verdict. Oh, there was false information about there being a verdict then. Oh my God. I knew that. The news said it. I didn't get this from a blogger. The news, they reported misinformation. The actual news about there being a verdict. All right, well, that's kind of maybe good for him that they're still deliberating. You know, might be good news. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Guilty. Guilty. They got a verdict. Somebody said people saying guilty. Yeah, man. Let me see. Yep. He was found guilty. He was found guilty of murder, guys. It wasn't manslaughter. Murder won. Maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so. If you wanted, given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that will get. Yeah, guys, I told you. I've been doing this for over 10. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I told you. I hate to be right about this, but hey, man, it's murder one. They got him on murder one. And I told you guys, it don't have to be. I found out earlier, it don't have to be premeditated for them to get murder one. The only thing the jury had to believe was that he reached his hand in his bag and told the dude to come over here if you want to. That's murder one. That's all they had to prove. Yeah, he broke down. He's facing life. You said murder is murder. Got to keep it 100. Right. So, guys, the judge is about to decide now whether he gonna give him the penalty phase now. He don't walk out. I know the judge gonna keep him, gonna remand him. Um, um, so yeah, I told you guys, I had told you guys when I first heard about the case, I knew he was guilty of murder when I first heard about it. The only thing they did here is called just giving him his due process because everybody has a right to be heard by a jury, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna be successful. If I was him, I would have tried to get my lawyers to negotiate a plea deal. At least buy me 50, at least buy me 20 years. Because he's 18. That means he'll be out before he's 40. But now he's gonna get life. That judge gonna give him life. That judge ain't playing with him. He's not gonna play with him, guys. And remember this. I hate to be right about this one, but that judge, he's not getting 20 years. He's getting more than that because a life is lost. It's not manslaughter. Remember, I told you, Sharice, it's not manslaughter. I told people this. I said it's murder one. I've been following these cases, and it's premeditated. On top of it, for premeditated murder, just like with Chud the Builder. Remember, I told you guys I mentioned Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder just found out like you can't bait people. Like when you talking, like come over here if you want to and touch me if you want to, and then stab him. That's murder one in Texas. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. What people are saying, I know. Yeah, no, it's 5 to 99 years or life. So the judge has a discretion from 5 years to 99 years, up to life in prison. That's what he's looking at. Yeah, I told you guys, man. I already knew the verdict. And I told you guys if this is a quick verdict. I told y'all that. This is nothing. This is the actually it was an easy verdict. It wasn't nothing to really mull over. Unfortunately for him. Oh, the jury is gonna sentence him? Okay. So the jury in Texas, they have to do the sentencing phase. So now they have to argue mitigating circumstances on why he should get sentenced on the low end. So let's see if his lawyers can at least work that out for him. Because if I was on the jury, being that he's 18 and I probably what would my sentence be? My sentence, life with the possibility of parole. I would give him life because we need to. The young people need to learn. We need to send a message. Y'all got to stop this killing. Y'all have to stop it. You have to stop this unnecessary murder. So yeah, I would give him life with the possibility of parole. You said I'm an ass. I know people. I know you're gonna say I'm an ass, but I'm all about the law. You know what I'm saying? So people are gonna be upset, guys, in here. Okay, people are gonna be upset, but I'm not upset. I already told y'all what the verdict was gonna be. I've already said it. I said it's murder one. And I said if I was on the jury, it only take me an hour. I'm like, yo, I would take long enough just to get that free food. And then we go ahead with the verdict and fill out the verdict form. Just guilty. You said, nah, Max, he was scared for his life. Well then you get out of the situation. Where I come from, we use these back in the day. See this? And then if you lose with this, then you lose with it. That's it. It's too much unnecessary killing going on. It happens every day. He ran track. He could have ran, couldn't he? I hate to be, I'm not trying to be funny. I see, I don't care if people get pissed with me right now. You can't just go out here and kill somebody and all they did was touch you. Can't do that, bro. Now, one case that, like I said, that case that involved that 14-year-old that got shot in the back, that pissed me off. That guy should have been found guilty. So the jury don't always get it right. You said he was told 15 times to leave. I don't know how many times he was told. He got first degree, Zach. He got murder one. Murder one, it doesn't even involve premeditation in Texas. You said we all mad at you, Max. I know for getting it right. I know. Look, Paul. Chantel could tell you, this is what I do. People gonna get mad. This is what I do. It's okay. We can have discourse in here and disagree with each other. We're all adults. We can disagree with each other. You can say, Max, you full of shit right now. You're okay to say that. Because you know why you're okay to say that? Because this is a very emotionally charged case. So I understand. Yeah, he got murdered. Casey, I told you, I said murder one in Texas. You got to understand, he did this in Texas. He didn't do this in Virginia. He didn't do this in New York. Texas is what you call the Lone Star State. Texas wanted to be their own country. They wanted to be separate from the United States. Texas laws are different when it comes to murder. They don't play in Texas. And he lucky he wasn't 18 at the time because they would have got him with the death penalty. Now, some people in here say, nah, Max, he innocent, man. He fighting for his life. He didn't have no marks on his face in that mugshot. Not nothing. Not a busted lip, not a lump on his head, nothing. No blood, nothing. He ain't have nothing for me to go on. You said it's okay. He could still run for president. No, he can't. There's levels to this. Trump's a billionaire. You understand that? Straight billionaire. Man, come on, man. There's levels to this. Some people think he was innocent, Darlene. Some people do. Don't mess with Texas. Willie Williams, I be trying to tell people, don't mess with the Texas. Texas is an eye for an eye state. And Texas don't give a damn what color you are. They don't. They don't. The judge will sit there and give you that sentence. Now wait for this judge though. So hopefully we'll decide on the sentencing phase. The jury, they're gonna listen to mitigating circumstances on both sides on why he should be spared for the defense and why he should get the high end for the state. The state gonna argue mitigating circumstances on why he should be sentenced on the high end. Bunyan, he said, free Carmelo. Look at Paul Bunyan. Crazy. Paul, you remember the Diddy case? You were wilding. And even on the Diddy case, you were wilding. I was outside for the Diddy case. I was there. Diddy thought he was coming home after that set. When the jury had deliberated and they came back and said not guilty on the more severe charges, Diddy dropped down and started praying. He thought he was coming home. I like, no, he not. Everybody in the courtroom was like, yeah, he is coming home. I said, no, he's not. And they said, why? I said, because the judge can consider past bad acts. He's going to use it against them. And what happened? So then somebody said, man, I hate for you to be right. I said, I'm telling you, I know the justice system. You said he could have stabbed him in the arm. And now, even if he had stabbed him in the arm, he wouldn't have got that much time. He would have got a little time, but not like that. First offense in Texas, first offense, he probably would have got a year, and he wouldn't even had to do the whole year. He would have did the rest on paperwork in Texas. You said Carmelo did. What was his injuries? I didn't see nothing in that mugshot. What was his injuries?
Yeah, we got to stop. We got to stop making excuses for these kids. We can't. We got to stop making excuses. Listen, if you big enough to do the crime, we got three hots in the cot for you. That's how it worked. That's how it worked for me, and that's how it worked for you, and it has worked for him. He ain't had not a scratch on him, not a lump, nothing. Because when I first heard about it, I said, okay, they must have been hitting him with baseball bats. I said they must have been chasing him with baseball bats, you know what I mean, or something for him to do that. And then I heard that they were just in a little tip, like a little beef. I'm like, oh Lord, he gonna get served. And then I said they're gonna have this trial within a year. And guess what? Within a year's time. And I said I said the jury ain't gonna take too long on this one. They're not gonna take too long. Because I'm looking at it, if I was on the jury, it wouldn't have took me long enough to eat. All right, well, let's fill these verdict forms out and go in there and get this over with. That's it. Now, I will show him mercy if during the sentencing phase they tell me he was going through something mentally. I won't give him life. But if they don't say that, if they don't say that he wasn't going through nothing, he getting life. You said there was no bats or weapons in the tent. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an example on. So you got to understand. Okay, so he took he murdered somebody. So what could justify murder? Is somebody who's trying to do the same to you? If somebody was trying to kill you, then I could see. Okay. But what did he say to the police officer? I told him not to touch me. Okay. That's not justifiable to kill somebody. The good thing is he could get anywhere between, yeah, 5 years to 99 years to life, considering the age of the time. And also he don't have any priors. So the judge might take that in consideration. But real quick, can somebody just Google real quick and come back? Because I've already done it. I want you to go Google the judge, okay, and Google his prior stuff and see what happened and see what you think he gonna give him. That judge ain't playing no games. I'm just telling y'all this. I believe this is his last case. 15 to 20 years for murder one? No. If he do get 15 to 20 years, the judge spared him. Because he'd be eligible for parole. If he get 15 to 20, he'll be eligible for parole, what, 15 years? I forget how that work in Texas. He'll see the light of day again after a while. And he's what, 18 now? He could get out before he's 30. You said name me the injuries. I'm waiting. I'm just going off his mugshot. I didn't see no scratches or anything. Okay, definitely life attached to it. He probably get 25 to life. That sounds about right, Shannon. 25 to life, which means that he could still see the light of day again. See, when people when they say 25 to life, yeah, he's guilty. Got him. Murder one. You said the grifter's gonna grift. Uh, you said I'm not illiterate. I wear glasses. You ain't see no injuries. You gotta look a little closer, Darlene. Look a little closer. Maybe something. I mean, the thing is, just teach your kids, man. If just walk away, conflict resolution. Walk away. Your feelings might be hurt, but you ain't going to jail. Just walk away. You said he's a kid, so he might get 15 to 20. That's the low end. 15 to 20 is low end. Because you remember the judge could go 5 to 99. So yeah, you might be right, 15 to 20. But guys, I don't think so with this judge. I don't think so. He gonna go 25 to life. That's what he gonna do. He gonna go 25, 25 to life. Now, let me just say this for people. If when you get sentenced, does that mean that's the end? The answer is no. There's always laws getting changed. So it could stick to 25 to life, but then laws get changed, different things like that, and he could get some type of break. It just depends on everybody's situation is different. I had a all right, guys, let me just tell you a story. I had a cousin. He got sentenced in federal prison. This was in 99. Okay, the jury is doing the sentence. Okay. In 99. So he had took a plea deal because he said, man, he told the family they caught me dead to rights. I will never forget what the judge said to him. So he taking a plea deal, right? He took a plea deal. So we're all in the courtroom. I didn't know because I had traveled back. I had just got off vacation. And I spoke up for him in court and stuff. And the judge, I think she sentenced him to, it was like 17 years. And I'm looking around. I said, 17 years. I'm like this. Everybody is looking. I'm like, am I missing something? Did he take a deal or what? He ain't killed nobody. I said, what's 17 years? And he was happy. He said, man, whew. You know what the judge said to him? She said, I know you're going to get out of prison and you're going to do great things. She said, you could have easily been sitting here where I'm at. That's how gifted you are. She said that to him. She said, I can't believe you're sitting in front of me and you have a master's degree. She said, I can't believe this. She said, you chose to sell drugs and you did this. She said, I can't believe it. And she said, you don't sound like that you would do this. And when he gave his speech in front of the judge, because he sat up and talked to the judge, he said, I made a bad decision. I'm guilty. He said, I made a bad decision. He said, I'm sparing you guys the expense of taking me to trial. He said, I did it. He said, I'm guilty. He said, I didn't make a mistake. I made a bad choice. I made a bad decision. And he said, I'm fully accepting. She said, you sure? She said, I have the discretion to sentence you to whatever. And she sent him to 17 years. He's out. He's been out. And he's never been back. And now him and his wife owns a bakery. They own a bakery. They're doing very well. He owns a bakery. He's doing very well. He said, I made a bad decision. And yeah, you said a lot of armchair lawyers in here. Yeah, but I was right, though. I was right about the sentence. You can call me an armchair lawyer all you want to, but I was right. I said it was going to be murder one. I said it. And I said I said the verdict wasn't going to take that long. I said that. No, he didn't do the full 17 years. No. He did 9 years, whatever, how many months. He got his full liberties back. He got his passport and everything. And the judge was in tears when she was sentencing him. She was in tears. He didn't have no priors before that. No priors. Exemplary. Graduated at the top of his class. But you know how some people are. They want to make fast money. And that's what happened. And he took full responsibility for it. Full responsibility. But the amount of weight that they caught him with, they caught him with a lot. It was a lot. And I remember after he got sentenced, they this is rare. They let him sit for his lawyers for a minute and let him talk to us. The judge said he was allowed to do that, and he talked to us for a while, and then she was shipped off. And I never forgot. I never forget when we went to go pick him up. It was in Pennsylvania. We had this outfit ready for him, and the first thing we did, we took him to a steak place to get a steak, and and then we took him to the Apple store for him to get an iPhone. He wanted to get an iPhone. It's hilarious. That's the second thing he did. No, we went to the Apple store first, then went and get something to eat. Now, as far as the law is concerned, he'll school you. He said, "Bro," because we were talking about this case. He shook his head. He said, "Bro, it's murder one." He said it. He said, especially Texas. He said Texas is one of those states where you have to really read their laws, and they stick by the book. In Texas, they go right with it. But the guidelines, since it's 5 to 99 years, is going to be, let's see what the jury does. If you know, you know. We definitely he said where that we meet up on the playground after class, and that's what we did. Yeah, we did that too. You said you've been jumped 3 times. It's crazy. When we grew up, it was different. We fought, and then we've been friend. We become friends again, and then brag about the fight. Like, you got the best of me. That's all good. Stuff like that. I remember because I used to box, so we used to set up fights in the gym. Guys, I got hit so hard, I didn't feel it. It just felt like something exploded. That's what it felt like. It felt like I heard something exploded, and then my ears started ringing. And then next thing you know, um, I couldn't feel my knees, and it went right to the ground. I went right to the ground. They were like, "Yo, bro, you all right?" Yo, he hit me so hard. He asked me, he apologized. He said, "Are you okay? My bad, yo. Are you all right?" He hit me so damn hard. And I said, "Did you hit me?" He said, "Yeah, bro, I hit you. You all right?" And I had headgear on. Okay. I had headgear on. That's how hard he hit me. And the thing was, he said, "Bro, why didn't you have your guard up? What the fuck? What were you doing?" And I didn't hear it. I didn't say. I had swung, and then boom, I'm on the ground. So now everybody's standing over me trying to figure out. So then I got up and fell again. That they said, what day is it? Because it was always Saturdays when we set up the fights. I told him it was Monday or something like that. And he said, "No more for you." Coach was like, "Nope, please sit him down." No, damn well I probably had a concussion. Mm. Lord, he hit me so hard. And he apologized. He said, "Bro, you good?" I said, "I'm all right. My ear's still ringing." How I get hit so hard, my ears ringing? Couldn't I had probably had a concussion. Unbelievable. And I was showboating, like showboating, had my guard down. I don't know what I thought I was. Boop, hit me right out, knocked me right down. Mm. Then we always go get something to eat afterwards. And I was like in a daze. They said, "Bro, we need to take him to the hospital. You all right?" I said, "I'm all right." They said, "You're not eating." I said, "I am eating." And then I think I might have did go to the ER. They think they took me to the ER. You said, "Stop paying attention to the hate bait. This is not our energy." Right, I know. I'm not paying attention to hate bait. I ain't letting the hate bait get to me. Or are you talking about me? You said they said there were a lot of people of color on the jury. 9. Yeah, there were a lot of people of color, I heard. But nobody, it's funny how they said it. Look, we all of color, but they said ain't with no black people on the jury. You said you heard the whole courtroom cheered when Diddy beat the yo, listen. Diddy even got on his knees. But look, I the only one said you need the judge is not happy. And look, the judge, when he thought he was going to get out, the judge said, there's a clause there that say that you cannot be free. You have to be remanded to custody. And Diddy just sunk in his seat, like, oh, like the air went out of him. Yep. I was there for the sentencing too. The judge used his prior bad acts against him. That's what he's appealing now. So that's what it is. Now Cassie is getting sued now. She's getting sued. But she's out of the country. That don't mean she still can't get sued. You know, this is going through the process now with Clayton Howard. You say you was smart enough to call the police instead of grabbing a weapon and fighting back. Sometimes it calls for that for you to call the police. What are you gonna sit up there and take the law in your own hands and go to jail? No. Nope. But in this case, what do you guys think the sentence is gonna be? Some people said 20, some people said 15 to 20, some people said 25 to life. You say you think you think Cassie crazy too. Cassie was in on it. I knew she was gonna get sued. You know, it's whatever. We'll see. I don't know if she's gonna have to pay. We'll see. I was sitting next to her lawyer in court. And let me tell you a story real quick. So while we're waiting, when I walked in, because I didn't go into the main courtroom where Diddy was sitting, I was in the overflow room. When I walked in, everybody was staring at me. It was a guy that walked in with me. I was talking to him in the hallway, and I noticed he had like a bodyguard with him. So I'm thinking maybe he's just a lawyer, attorney. I don't know. So we both walk in, and it was really nowhere to sit. So me and him sat in the back. We were talking the whole time, but everybody kept looking back at me, even the reporters, and they were writing. I said, "Damn!" Like, because I know a reporter had talked to me earlier that day. I said, "I thought maybe that's it. They want to talk to me." So look at me. I'm thinking they want to talk to me, right? And the guy was like, he said, "Yeah, people keep looking back at us, huh?" He said you're a popular guy. I said, "I don't know what's going on," and he realized I didn't know who he was at the time. So then I decided to when Cassie, this is when she got off the stand because we were it was a break for the day. He was leaving. I decided to leave too because I want to go outside. And then I realized that was her husband. That was her husband the whole time I was talking to. Alex. His name is Alex. Because you know how like when you're talking to people, I say, "Yo, my name is Max. Your name?" He said, "Al." And when we was leaving, he said, "Man, good talking to you, man." He said, "I appreciate it, man." He said, "I appreciate the conversation." I said, "All right, man, have a good one. You take care now." He said, "Thank you." And that was her husband. And people were looking at me like, "Yo, like I thinking they looking at me, and they weren't looking at me. They were looking at him and trying to figure out what me and him was talking about." But then he went into the main courtroom, and I heard when he went in the main courtroom, he started grilling Diddy. He was grilling Diddy's mother and the kids. He was grilling everybody. Hey, LaShane. LaShane in the house. But I appreciate it. Like just to let you guys know, some people come in here upset, stuff like that. Everybody, they have a right to be upset. They upset with this verdict right now. They can voice their opinions in here. Let them voice their opinion. It's a part of it. Lashane, we've been through this before. Some verdicts are like emotional. It's what it is. We all deal with it together. Some people might come up here and say, Max, you're an asshole, and saying go out there and walk in traffic. Somebody told me that. I said, that is not nice. You want me to go walk in traffic? And then you know what the person did? Came back and apologized to me. Like, oh, my bad, Max. I ain't mean to tell you to go walk in traffic. I said, that's not nice for you to say. I said, you want me to go walk in traffic? They told me to go walk in traffic. Hey, cutie, he was found guilty on murder one. Shane, he's found guilty on murder one. Just let y'all know. But it is what it is. The person apologized. She's like, you didn't really get upset. I said, it's just because of this emotional situation. That's why. It's all right. Sometimes you got to be a sounding board for some people. It's what it is. Because some people you don't know. Karmelo family might be listening right now. We don't know. So I feel for them too, because he got to do some time. Okay, we don't know how much time yet. He's look at Vin guy. He said, "Yeah, Mac, go walk in traffic." I knew you were gonna say that. Y'all off the hook. Yeah, got it. They told me to go walk in traffic. Ain't that something? And look, I said, can I wear my helmet? They said, yeah, take your helmet with you and go walk in traffic. I said, all right. I said, well, all right. I said, I walk in traffic. I had just schooled the Uber Eats driver because he messed my order up. He delivered to the wrong address, but he went and picked it up. But he came to my address anyway. And he said, yo, am I going to get penalized? I said, no, I told him what to do. I said, go in the app and say that the system sent you to the wrong address. He said, they not going to know. I said, they're not going to know. You still get paid. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, brother. I still got I said the other order came already. I said, you can keep that. He said, you serious? I said, yeah, you keep that. I said, that's free. Sometimes you got to teach kids the system. He's a young kid. Sometimes you got to teach him. Each one teach one. Christy, it might have been you, Christy, that said that. Christy, you tell me to go walk in traffic. Was that you, Christy? See, you sitting up there laughing. Was that you that told me that? I'm just messing with Christy. Didn't tell me that, guys. She didn't tell me that. She didn't tell me that. But she thinking it's funny though. That's funny to you, Christy. They told me to go walk in traffic. And then I said, look, I said, can I wear a helmet? Yeah, wear a helmet. Since you got such an opinion, go take your opinion in traffic. But so guys, the situation, I know you didn't, Chris. I'm just joking with you. So the what we waiting on is they got to decide if they're going to start the penalty phase today. And the jury going to decide on it, right? Okay. We don't know. The jury might give them. What if the jury show them favor? Give them 10 years, man. Give them. It's 5 to 99, isn't it? They don't have to give them 99 years. They could say 10. They could say 7. I don't know. Yeah, I said, can I wear my helmet? And you know what they said? Yeah, you probably wore a helmet in school. I said, yo, why is people messing with me? I say, really? I wore a helmet in school, man. You saying I was in the school in the I was in the class in the basement? Yeah, you in the class in the basement. People, boy, you see how people do me, man. People crazy. They said they can go to 11. So they have to decide that, cutie, right? Cutie, do you know what they got to do? They got to decide. You said I think he acted on emotion. I don't think he will get 99. Oh, yeah, he didn't get 99, I don't think. He is their oldest child. He may get up to 20. So if he get to 20 in Texas, he'll be eligible in 12. You don't have to do the whole 20 in Texas. Texas, they have different programs. Like, for example, he can get into an anger management program. He can get into certain treatment programs where he gets some time shaved off. Okay. So it's not absolute. So character witness to call. So what Texas is really good. They got good programs, right? So he can get into a good program, and as long as he keep his nose clean, he's not going to be in a maximum security. It's his first offense because of his age. He'll probably be in a medium still, even still. And they got different programs that he can get some time shaved off. So it's not necessarily if he gets sentenced to 20, he do 20 years. He'll be on paperwork though when he get out, meaning parole, but he'll see the light of day again before he's 30. He may still give him bail depending this. We'll see. It's up to the judge. Because he's on ankle monitor, I believe. So you said, how come the activists don't crash out like this when black on black crime? Um, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you when I say this because it don't get that much clicks. And I get kind of not emotional when I say that, but it don't get much clicks, man. It's not sensationalized. Yeah. It don't get clicks when other demographics kill each other. It don't. It's only when it's a mixed race situation. That's when it gets like all sensationalized. Unfortunately, in this country, Texas give out long sentences. Yeah. So Texas, it depends on where they're gonna send him. I don't know where they're gonna send him. If he gets life, then they're gonna send him probably to the Pulaski unit. No, not Pulaski. They may send him to the Pulaski. I'm not sure. Or they may send him somewhere else. There's plenty of other facilities. Texas is huge, man. They got a lot of facilities. So we'll see how long did he get. We'll see. I know very long. I know I've heard it. Two families destroyed. I know. I know. Two families destroyed. Didn't have to be this way, man. I know they don't care about age or first time offenses sometimes. But they said the jury is going to do the sentencing phase, so we'll see. You said she brung up my jail past on me. I told her when I got jumped, I fought it or walked away and live another day, right? But when we were kids, I mean, I didn't do much fighting. I fought one time. One time I got jumped by accident because we laugh about it to this day because I'm friends with them to this day. They jumped me by accident. So what happened was we were at a fair. Then everybody started fighting. And next thing you know, I got pulled. And next thing you know, I'm on the ground and feet hitting me. Then they said, "Yo, that's Mac. Wait a minute." They said, "Dude, get up." I said, "I can't get up. I can't get up. I can't." I said, "Y'all don't set up here and dog kick me." And somebody started laughing. I didn't think that was funny. They said, "Bro, this ain't no time to joke. Get up." I said, "Dude, I can't get up. I'm seeing stars." I said, "Y'all don't sat here and dog stomp me, and y'all want me to get up. I'm seeing stars, lump lip, everything." They brushing me off, man. I'm sorry, man. We didn't mean to. We didn't see you. It was crazy. I was some kind of hot though. I was hot, guys. I said, y'all just go ahead and take me home. They wanted to take me, get me something to eat. Y'all just go ahead and take me home because my feelings are hurt. Take me home. I'll talk to y'all later. It's crazy. But that was, that's back in the 80s. No, 90s. They having the sentencing phase now. So we waiting on that. That's what I'm talking about now. Yeah. But yeah, guys, it's back in the day, like, yeah, people fought and then we just went home. We walked home, get on the bikes and go home. That's it. But now we'll see. Like I said, it's up to the jury. That's what y'all telling me. So the jury might show them favor, man. Because remember, guys, it's 5 to 99 years. You said Texas different, the jury do the sentencing. Okay, so honestly speaking, like if I'm the jury, I saw him. They say he broke down. That would have messed with me. If did he break down in court? Did somebody say he broke down in court? I would take that in consideration. He broke down in court. I would try to help him with the sentencing. I said, guys, we ain't gonna give him no more than 10. We'll do no more than 15. You know what I'm saying? He did kill somebody. He gotta own that, or no more than 20. Because I know Texas, you get 20. I think you have to do. It depends on the program you get into. It depends on what programs you complete. You get time shaved off. So he could wind up doing 12 years. It just depends on what type of program. He probably had to get into like an anger management program or something like that. He had to keep his nose clean, and he'll probably do 12 to 15 years. He'll be out. And he's 18 now. So he could still have a productive life. You said the knife wasn't even all the way open? Golly. Yeah, it don't matter. It only needs he punctured the kid's heart. That's what happened. It don't have to all the way be. That's insane. You said the jury is going to send him away for the max. They have no pity. Okay, we'll see. Did they give a timetable? Did they say that all this can happen today, or maybe today and tomorrow? Because I was just wondering, like, couldn't his defense team worked out a deal or something? Like, look, can we work 20 years and then kind of try to sentence him on the low end of that, or something like 50, like 10 to 15? So because if he got sentenced to 10 to 15, he could possibly get out at 8. It just depends on when he's eligible for parole. Oh, do you think he should have taken a stand? No, no, I wouldn't have helped him. You say you're in Texas. I think they will give him a lot of time. Yeah, that's what people are saying. It's just crazy, man. The kid died, man. It's just God. Why couldn't they just fought, man? They don't need a knife. You could just fought. Even if you lose the fight, y'all could have ended up being friends or something. You said in a case like this in Texas where SD fails, 20 to 40 is typical. Okay. He may never come on prison. It's hard. That's true. He's 18. Yeah. Yeah, Eddie didn't help him at all. We'll see what happens with the jury, you know. But the jury guys, it's bad news because they didn't take long to deliberate. They didn't take long at all. Just like I said this ain't gonna be a long verdict. That means they really know he did. They really feel like he did it, like on purpose, like murder one. That's how the jury really feel. Yeah, they had their minds made up. That's what. Yeah, you take the words out of my mouth. That's what I was thinking. That means the jury had their minds made up, which means that they may go high end on this. They might. They might. You said there's a rumor that the judge is friends with the Metcalf's dad. It could be exaggerated. Well, we'll have to look at all that because obviously he has the right to appeal. Um, after this, he can, he has appeal rights. So we'll see. But I'm gonna tell you something, guys. Metcalf's dad in the beginning, he showed up to their press conference. And the reason why he showed up because he wanted to build some type of solidarity, with the family, because they both have losses here. So the dad showed up to their press conference. They told him to leave. I said that's gonna come back and haunt them. I said that dad got some pull in that city. I told somebody that. I can go back and pull the live chat. I said the dad got pull in that city. They didn't know that. He has pull there. And I said if they had showed solidarity with him, that may have helped their son because that's a good old boy state. That's a good old boy state. And when they told him to leave that press conference, they said, no, we don't want to talk to him. He need to leave. I said, that's all bad. They're not helping their son here. You said that man has his own criminal history and his boys broke his arm. Well, who is that, Cutie? That's what it seemed like, Shannon. They might go on the high end, but we'll see. Yeah. Like I said, guys, I don't argue with the jury. The jury, we don't, they made their decision. That's cool. They made a decision. Now I'm curious to see how much time they give them. I knew it, guys. I knew it was going to be a quick deliberation. I said it's going to be quick. You said they moved there for a better life, and this happened. They should have stayed. Where did they move from? You said the twins broke their father's arm. All three were violent. They broke their father's arm. Damn. Louisiana. Who moved from Louisiana? The twins or the Metcalfs or the Anthonys? You think Austin broke his dad's? Oh, Carmelo's family. You said they probably thought, hold on, let me go back to your comment. You said Carmelo's parents probably thought the dad was there because he thought his presence would shame them. No, he said he was there in solidarity. They should have took him up on that. You said the parents divorced over domestic violence, so no telling what happened behind closed doors. Mm. You said no black jurors, so he will be cooked. Yeah, they mentioned that. They did mention he had people of color on the jury, but no black jurors. So much for a jury of your peers, right? But let me find somebody. I know a few people are alive right now. Let's hear what they're saying because they're outside the courtroom. Oh, he showed up. Damn, why he only got? Damn, he only got 7 watching. He must have caught a flight last night because he was talking about going. He caught a flight last night. Oh, JLR is out there. I know JLR was going to show up. Something going on with his feed, though. All right, let's see what we got. Court TV. They said stand by. Well, if a person comes. All right, let's go to Fox. Let's hear what Fox is saying. Let's go there then. I usually don't like the. Let's go to Fox. At least we can all hear what they're. Okay, here we go. All right, what happened here? I can't hear it. Fox Court TV.
Really look at the evidence that would be provided and deal with it on a intellectual or a non-emotional way. And I guess I just was surprised that the teachers
All right, let me do
that would
this.
have been a
Hold on a
profession
second.
that they would not have wanted to be on the panel.
Perhaps there's, and Russell can speak to this better than me, but perhaps there's the idea that they might be overly sympathetic to a young person, race notwithstanding. Right. And I think that, but I don't currently know the occupations of the other jurors. But if your strikes are among a conservative rancher who's let's say he has some cattle in North Collin County, and I have a teacher, I may choose to strike the teacher in favor of the rancher.
All right, let me see.
I feel like the rancher may be less compassionate than the teacher. And so it's also a little bit of a relativity type thing. Or if I have
a person who does what we call hard sciences, engineers, well, they may be less compassionate in their analytics.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think that would come into play as well. And so that's going to be discussed. And certainly the attorneys for the state had to know that that would be discussed. And there'll be people that will always view that, they'll say, hey, yeah, no, they struck them because of their race. And that we'll never know what the answers, will be on those questions. We'll know what the answers we got in court, what the ruling was. But certainly, we also know what the evidence was in the case.
In case you are just now joining us on our digital platforms, Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder in the trial for the murder of young Mr. Metcalf, Austin Metcalf, and the jury now deliberating punishment. They will decide the punishment. But they still might be in recess.
I think we're still waiting for them to do closing arguments.
They're still in recess. I guess they haven't gotten the charge yet.
Right.
And closing arguments.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear, or we won't be able to actually hear it, but yeah, I think we'll get closing arguments and then the deliberation.
Yes.
Given the way that this is rolling, I'm assuming he's not going to give much time for closing arguments.
I would guess not. Maybe a half hour or less, you think?
I was thinking 15 minutes aside, but maybe. I mean, if there's an intention to give an opportunity to be done today,
okay,
and today ends at 6, then I think, and you assume at least an hour or more of deliberation. But if not, I mean, the other thing is the jury could also ask not to be sequestered, but just extend their deliberations into the evening. So,
the case,
I think,
Wilson,
yeah.
have you had a case where the punishment phase deliberation was longer than the guilt or innocent phase?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have. We've had, yes, I can recall some cases, literally, the jurors were out, for days on punishment. Again, that wide range, and a relatively youthful person who's convicted. Most people that make it on to the jury don't necessarily show up wanting to give a person a harsh sentence. If you wake up on a given day, do you wake up wishing bad for somebody?
Mm-hmm.
And so that isn't necessarily easily achieved. Again, if we know more about the jurors here, we could, we might be able to read something from the speed with which they reached the murder guilty verdict. And again, some of their backgrounds, I think some of them, from the descriptions I've understood, tend to be from more conservative professional sectors, which may suggest that they would tend to sentence higher. on a punishment case.
Well, Russell and Sean, we're getting some reporting from Lori Brown, who's been covering this trial. She says that Judge Roach is back, but family is not in the courtroom. The judge, she said, just came and shook all the reporters' hands and thanked us for following the rules. Attorneys and the judge are working on the jury charge for the punishment phase. In light of the verdict, she says, this is my take on the key moments from closing statements. Prosecution gave 4 reasons self-defense does not apply. 1, provoke. Anthony provoked the encounter. 2, force disparity. You can't meet a shove with a stab. You can meet a shove with a shove or deadly force with deadly force. Number 3, reasonable belief from Worski. A reasonable person would not have plunged a knife into Austin Metcalf. Number 4, immediately necessary. Deadly force must be immediately necessary. Worski argued there was not immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed man. In addition, in Texas, a person who does not need to intend to kill someone for it to still be murder. If someone intended to cause serious bodily injury, that is murder according to jury instructions.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree with those.
So as you prepare your closing statements now before this jury, let's first talk about the defense. He's guilty, okay, of murder. What do you say
Mhm.
now in this moment? There's really no need to talk
But
about.
I think you, depending on what your demeanor was during voir dire, I mean, I think you thank them for their time and their service, and you get right down to your issue. And I was saying, I don't know that you need 30 minutes to give the mitigation case for Karmelo Anthony, nor do I think you necessarily need 30 minutes to give the punishment case for Austin Metcalf. You should be about getting to it. It's later in the day.
Mhm.
There's a certain amount of juror fatigue. I don't know if you've been in courtrooms during the morning time. There's a more energy just as the day goes on.
Yes.
As you get up to witness 20, and so you want to be able to keep attention, and you don't do that by having something that, in my view, is long-winded. But you've got to be, precise here. And so, and you've got things that you want to cover. Given the limited number of witnesses, there's not going to be necessarily new punishment stuff.
Right.
And so, again, I think it's hard to, you're really just rehashing from the existing evidence, mitigating things. With age, youth, and lack of criminal history being the main ones. And same for the prosecution, they're going to be age, youth, and a future of promise.
Let me bring something up that's way outside of the courtroom right now, Russell Wilson. Earlier, I mentioned that State Rep Patterson, Jerry Patterson, and Jeff Leach had put out these statements on social media. Now, Abraham George, the chairman of the state Republican Party, is doing the same thing. I've never, in my many years, seen elected officials weigh in a local murder trial. These political voices sending these kinds of messages. I don't know if that's more divisive to the entire community or what. Do you have any thoughts on that? It may not be something you want to talk about, but.
No, I think, I mean, the reality, I think it's fair to say our today's politics are more divisive than they were, let's say 10 or 15 years ago. And there's a lot of things that have changed. There's social media. But one of the things that politicians certainly are aware of is that they're judged oftentimes perhaps on 1 or 2 acts, very few acts, And it could be what you did or said after the Austin Metcalf verdict or the position, certainly could impact it. So it changes trajectories, if you will. And I don't know that I think it's a good or bad thing. I think societal involvement in our criminal justice system is good. But, you know, I don't know, for example, when politicians come out and praise one verdict and then condemn another, if that promotes respect for our jury system or not.
That's
You know,
my point.
yeah. So I'm not so sure. You know, that I would go to that, but I think that they do that because there's at least an impression that their constituents, you know, if I'm in your district and I'm voting for you and you didn't say anything on this or that, then maybe I have, you know, the believe the ones that you have mentioned are more conservative. It seems like those are Republican, and there may have been more conservative support groups that they might feel like they would have lost their support by not saying something. And so it's easy to put together a message, put it out on Twitter or TikTok, or issue a statement. Um, and and so that's what I think I think, you know, I think we'll see that going forward.
And everything should not be colored with politics.
Oh. So Russell, the jury got the case, started deliberating today at 10:52. They came back with a verdict a little bit after 1:30. It is now 3:42. And do you still see that all of this will end today, that it will wrap up today?
Yes, I guess if you let me, if once we know what time they start reading the charge and how much time he gives for closing arguments, but more likely than not, again, you know, the jurors have some idea in their mind, and when they go into deliberations,
Hey guys, we got a little bit of breaking news here in the courtroom. Guys, the jury is officially not playing with him. Guys, hold on. Chat. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. They already decided how much time he getting. He got life, man. Guys, he got life. Guys, he got life. Guys, they've already decided. They've already decided his fate already. The jury already decided. They've already decided already. He got life. They're gonna give him natural life. He's getting life, yo. They had their minds made up after they saw the autopsy photos. They had their minds made up. Let me see. Yeah, only one person was called by the defense. Only one person, guys. Only one person was called by the defense. What kind of defense he had, man? Like, I'm telling you guys, you know what it is? They called him that he was caught dead to rights. They didn't really have a defense for him. Let me see. The judge, I think the jury's ready to go. I think they're ready to sentence him. Let me see. Did the jury, did they sentence him yet? Do they have a verdict on the sentence? Yeah, they're ready to go, guys. That jury is not playing. You say you need big money for a defense. In this case, yeah, they could have had their minds made up when they were selected. Chantel, they have a verdict already, Chantel, on the sentencing part. No, the jury hand down the sentence. He elected the jury to do it. The jury is doing the sentence. Not the judge, it's the jury. And they're ready to go. They got the sentence already. That was quick. Hold on, let me go. Hold on a second. Oh no. I got it. Yeah, they ready, guys. Let me see.
Enforcement is also using restraint in how they respond. That's definitely what I saw. Like I said, I've seen them say a lot of warnings and just really trying to direct people and keep them, away from each other. The ones where there was a lot of screaming, they would step in and kind of try to break it up. But in a general sense, like I haven't seen anybody bring up handcuffs or anything like that.
Hold on 1 second. Let me Yeah, the jury, they said no, they were ready to go. Yeah, let me let y'all hear it. Give me 1 second. The jury, he didn't get life yet. They haven't announced it yet. But I believe they may have announced it, but we didn't get the official word yet. Hold on 1 second. Let me just get this for y'all. Give me a second.
For the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals.
And the word gerrymandering is being is used a lot. I don't know if you've heard it throughout the coverage of this, Andrea, because we know that from the very beginning there was an issue with the fact that there were no black people seated on this jury. We know that race played a key role.
We should say that there are a lot of people of color on this jury.
Okay, all right. I got the official word. So the penalty phase is over. The jury is now deliberating his sentence. That's what's happening. They're deliberating the sentence now, but the defense only called one witness. That was it. So this thing is happening really quickly. They're going to have a verdict by tonight. He's going to get sentenced by tonight. Yeah, these people here, I'm listening, they have everything that's happening so far. So, guys, the jury is in the deliberation room now. But I heard the judge is back. So the jury might be ready, I heard. You say you hope he get probation. No, they're deciding on 5 to 99 years to life. That's what they're deciding on. They should have had more people argue mitigating circumstances on why he should be sentenced on the low end. They should have had more witnesses than just one, guys. That's it. They should have had more than that. I don't know how much they paid this defense, but they should have had more than that to speak on his behalf.
The speed at which the verdict came back, he was thinking if he had to bet, he said it right here on the air. If I had to bet, it's guilty on manslaughter. That was not the case. It was guilty on murder.
Right. And the fact that it only took.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a jury that's split, sometimes they can meet in the middle. They can agree to meet in the middle. And so, if there had been a lot of division, but the fact that they did come back so quickly and they came back with murder seems to indicate that they felt the evidence was strong toward that.
Yeah.
But
And they didn't have
jurors don't always agree with the overall legal community.
Yeah. We've got J.D. Miles. He has been able to make it outside of the courtroom. He is wired up now. He's got his microphone. Presumably, J.D., you can hear me. You got Ken and Karen back here in the studio. Can you hear us okay, J.D.?
Yes, I've got you, Ken and Karen.
Okay, great. Give us a sense of what it was like in there.
Well, I just got out of the courtroom. The jury only deliberated for 2.5 hours in this case. And, we went back inside so quickly. There was obviously a lot of tension inside that courtroom because of the hostility we've seen building over the last year on both sides. I remember when I saw Karmelo Anthony enter the courtroom, his lead defense attorney, Mike Howard, had his arm around him. His forehead was on Carmelo's forehead. They were in quiet conversation. It looked like that Howard was trying to console or to prepare Karmelo for what's to come, like he knew it would not be a good outcome with the jury coming back so quickly. The courtroom filled up. The judge announced that the jury had a verdict. The jury came in. Nobody on the jury that I could see looked at the defendant when they walked in. They sat down.
All right, guys, that's a bad sign, too. They didn't look at him. They getting ready to serve him. That's what they getting ready to do. And what happened was they had their mind made up as soon as they saw that autopsy photo. That's what, because I heard when they saw it, one broke down when they saw it. They had their mind made up already. And unfortunately, I hate to be right here. I was right. You said people are starting fires, saw it on the news. Those are paid protesters, people no normal person is going to start a fire here. Yes, experts should have been called. They should have had more experts to come in and testify on his behalf. But anyway, the jury is in a deliberation room right now. They're not going to take long, guys. I'm just telling y'all this. They're not. They're probably done already. They're just sitting there talking. And they are going to give him life. That's what they're going to do. They're giving the kid life, man. They are not showing no remorse, nothing. That's what's going to happen. Something else.
After the guilt or innocence phase, and they brought Karmelo Anthony back in after a few minutes, and then we started this punishment phase, which we normally expect them to last about a day and a half, 2 days at most.
Yeah.
This moved lightning fast. It's supposed to include opening statements, witnesses, closing arguments. A judge charged the jury. It's like a separate trial. But in this case, the prosecution waived its opening statement. The defense waived its opening statement. Prosecution rested immediately. The defense called one witness, Kayla Hayes. That's Karmelo Anthony's mother. She took the stand. She was asked by the defense, first of all, if she loved her son. She tearfully broke down and said, "He's my oldest. Of course I love my son. I will always love my son. And he's my baby." And then the defense said, "Pass the witness." And the prosecution then said, "Ma'am, just have one question for you." And that question was, you could still be with your son, right, in incarceration, making the inference that she still has a son to at least talk to and visit, if not, more, because the Metcalfs have no one. Austin Metcalf isn't coming back. And so she said, "Yes, I do," and reaffirmed that. The prosecution rested after or passed the witness. She was excused, and then the prosecution said we rest, and the defense rested, and the judge said he was going to go back and work on the charge to the jury, and once he comes back, which should be around now or soon, once they read that charge, then I'm understanding there's going to be closing arguments on both sides, but I really don't know at this point. There really has been nothing done to try to mitigate Karmelo Anthony's punishment in this case. He's facing 5 to 99 years in prison. He has no criminal record. I haven't heard anything about a sudden passion defense that can be raised.
Yeah, the defense didn't raise none of that. Golly, they didn't raise the sudden passion defense. They didn't say that. Yeah, he don't have no record. Yo, his defense, man, unless they doing it on purpose, so he can like try to go to the appeal and say he had inadequate counsel. They have to argue. I had said this earlier. Their job is to argue mitigating circumstances on why he should get sentenced on the low end. If they didn't say that, I'm like, wait a minute now. I'm not saying that that's going to affect the jury's opinion. The jury is the jury. I told you guys the jury is the most important people in that courtroom. They are. They're the most important people in the courtroom. But as far as his defense is concerned, they had to at least bring that up. He doesn't have a record. Stuff like that to see if they will show him some kind of favor. So we'll wait and see what they do with the closing arguments. But yeah, this is something else. It's a quick verdict, though. Quick verdict.
Here we are. It's not even 4 o'clock right now. What do you make of all of this? The speed of it all. I mean, is that just the style of this judge? Is that because you've been watching, you've been sitting in there. Is it because evidence was overwhelming? I mean, why so fast? What makes this so different than other cases and trials like this?
Okay. Yeah, well, you brought up one reason, and that is the judge, Judge John Roach Jr., who I've covered many trials under his watch for the last 20 years. He is very meticulously organized in terms of getting this done. That's why we had a testimony on Saturday. We're going to have testimony as long as we had to on Saturdays. He runs a very tight court, and he doesn't tolerate anything other than what's necessary. I know it doesn't sit well, though, with a lot of people out here around me you can see and hear, or people out there in the social media universe who think this was some kind of a railroad, that somehow that Karmelo Anthony didn't get a fair trial. That's certainly going to be something in the social media blogosphere, whatnot, that it's going to fuel that feeling, because this is going so fast, whether it's legitimate or not. If you live in Collin County, if you cover Collin County like I have, I mean, it's very conservative. People get acquitted here very rarely, and they get the maximum punishment very often. So it's something that is not unusual here in Collin County. We're used to having trials move at this pace. Obviously, in other places, this might have drawn out weeks or months. But this is obviously a case that people are going to red flag, and they're going to be talking about for a long time. The fact there were no black jurors, the fact that the defense was not allowed to incorporate some things into the court, into the evidence that they wanted to. Those are all going to be raised, and certainly on appeal if they appeal this verdict, which is more than likely. But just the fact that the optics of this trial matter to not only the people out here, just.
This is CBS News, Texas.
Breaking news right off the top at 4 o'clock. Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder for the fatal stabbing of 7.
All right, I guess they'll come back in a second. They're refreshing. That there in that particular county, they usually give out harsh sentences. It's a very conservative county. Yeah, guilty murder 1, Ryan. They said typically in that county, they get hard sentences. The jury deliberated rather quickly, which I knew they were going to do. You said I thought they did closing statements earlier, Ryan. Everything happened quickly. They did closing statements, deliberation, verdict. Yeah, Ryan, everything. And now they're in the penalty phase, Ryan, right now. And the jury have to decide how much time he's going to get.
Hopefully trying to, argue for a mitigated sentence for Karmelo Anthony. We don't know at that point. We don't know what prosecutors are going to ask for at this point. But once that happens, the jury will go right back into their room and they will start deliberating a sentence, which means we could have his guilt or innocence verdict today and his sentencing today. If they don't reach a decision tonight, they will be sequestered and they'll start up again tomorrow. Now, earlier today, I think we have some courtroom sketches to show you what actually transpired, but we had closing arguments in this case, and both sides gave the jury their best argument for why they should either convict or acquit Karmelo Anthony. The prosecution, of course, argued that Karmelo Anthony had no right to be at that tent underneath the bleachers or in the bleachers at Kirkendall Stadium in Frisco. They said that that Karmelo provoked the attack and that witnesses backed up the story. Defense attorneys on their side said that Austin was the aggressor. Karmelo had a legal right to the knife and that he acted in self-defense. Now, the jury went back to deliberate at around 11 a.m. this morning. We didn't know how long they'd take. We certainly were surprised. We got a text message at 1:45 saying they've got a verdict and to be in the courtroom at 2:05. We go into the courtroom, and at that point, you could feel the tension in there. Everybody was in there, not only Karmelo Anthony's family, Austin Metcalf's family, but Hunter Metcalf, Austin's twin brother, who's been on the witness list, not allowed in the courtroom at all, was inside the courtroom. Karmelo's attorney had his head on his client's forehead. They were in deep discussion quietly. He had his hand on his shoulder. Clearly, Karmelo was not he was in an agitated or anguished mind state at this point. The judge read the verdict of guilty after 2.5 hours. We heard Karmelo break down in sobs. His mother also broke down. The judge then said that, because he's now guilty of murder, he's a convicted murderer, the judge remanded him to the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. They took him back, even though his attorney asked for some time to collect himself. The judge said, no, he's no longer a free man. And they brought him back in after about 5 or 10 minutes, started the sentencing phase, and both sides moved at lightning pace. We expected to hear possibly some character witnesses or talk about the background, anything that would hopefully, for the defense side of it, give Karmelo Anthony something for the jury to think about other than his murder conviction. We did not hear that at this point. We heard his mother testify. She was the only defense witness during the sentencing. She was asked if she, loved her son. She said, quote, "He'll always be my baby. I love him so very much." And she was asked if Karmelo regrets what he did. She replied, quote, "Yes, I know my son, and he's very sorry for what he did. And that, is there anything you want to tell the jury? Please have mercy on my son." So that's all the jury will have in terms of evidence or testimony for the sentencing phase of this trial. We're still waiting to hear if the judges come back yet and if there will be closing arguments.
Guys, did you hear that? That's all the jury has. They don't have no other mitigating circumstances. Like in the sentencing phase, like bring somebody on and say, well, he did this because of this. Maybe he did this because of this. They don't have nothing to go on because the defense didn't do anything. I guess the defense whole thing is this was self-defense, so we don't have to explain why he did it. I mean, they're saying because his life is on the line. But at this point, the jury is going to decide how much time he's going to get. They got to do a little better than that. Maybe they'll do a closing argument. We'll see.
Cater to either side. He's very I don't know what the word for it is, but he just really puts pressure on both the defense and prosecution to move through their case and their witnesses as quickly as possible. He had already planned on this case wrapping up by this Friday. That's why we had the Saturday session last week. But, you know, you talk about that, you talk about how this court works so fast and in their eyes efficiently, but for these people out here and also the people out there watching this from afar, it does raise some questions in their mind about, you know, the credibility of the justice system and the quality of this case and the trial and whether or not justice was served. That's certainly going to be something that resonates long after we leave here today or tomorrow or whenever this jury comes back. I know we have another reporter here at the courthouse who is getting reaction to the verdict and the possible sentencing. That's CBS News Texas, Andrea Lucia. She joins us now live, and I believe, Andrea, you've got some people there who are talking about this case and their reaction to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And JD, I'll just add that while you were briefing us, we heard the closing arguments in the sentencing phase have gotten started. People out here have been out here throughout this trial, as you know. They, for the most part, have been scattered around the parking lot. But when we heard that the verdict had been decided, we saw them all begin to consolidate. They came from all over to the front of the courthouse to wait and hear what it was. Some of them are still out there, and I'll ask my photographer if he can try to push in a little bit. I know everybody out here right now is trying to find some shelter under the trees right now. Some of them have gotten back to their cars, but people are still out here. Some of them brought chairs and are sitting here because, again, this isn't done. We're in that sentencing phase. But they were out here waiting for that verdict, and you could, once it was announced, you could see the news start to begin rippling through the crowd. We didn't see it on their phones. I certainly heard it. There was one man who was running through the crowd yelling, "Guilty of murder, guilty of murder." And the reaction that we saw was passionate. There were people crying. There were people yelling. There were a lot of people upset about what they heard. Not everyone. We certainly had people here who were.
All right, so guys, they're having closing arguments now. As we speak, they're having the closing arguments on the penalty phase. So the jury, after that, the jury go deliberate. They ain't gonna take but an hour. They're not gonna take long. He'll be sentenced tonight, and they'll move him to the county, and he'll be off to his permanent residence by the end of the week. He'll be serving his time. Told you guys, Texas ain't no joke. They are no joke when it comes to especially murder. Let me see. People, it said it was a football move when you hit that dummy in practice, grab and lift. Oh, so he hit him with the football. He tackled him. Like not really a tackle. You know how like you lunge at somebody and like grab them? Is that what he did? Yeah, that's still. What do you think, Q? That still don't justify nothing, though.
North Texas, we've got First Alert meteorologist.
Yeah, that jury, man, they are not trying to be sequestered tonight. They're gonna have that penalty. They're gonna decide his fate, and they're gonna go home tonight. That's what they're gonna do. They said they didn't see the stabbing. They were that close. I don't know what he was thinking, Chantel, but he's paying for it now. It was a light push on his back, tapping type of push. But whatever it was, it didn't justify the stabbing. Did not. You said had this white man approach me. Real crazy though. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what the kid was thinking, man. Like putting the knife out. I don't know. You know what he was thinking. You know, I just don't know. But because I'm telling you right now, that jury is getting ready to serve him. I'm just telling you all this. If I'm telling you, I said it wasn't going to take long. So they got their mind made up. They already know what they're getting ready to give him. They getting ready to show him something. That's what they getting ready to do. They getting ready. Guys, I know it's 5 to 99 years. They probably gonna give him the high end. I'm just telling you all this. You said yes, that lunge and the lift. I gave him a lunge and a lift. Yeah, I know what it is. It's like when you hit the bag on the football field, when you get in your 3-point stance and you hit the bag and you go up with it. I know what you're talking about. He hit him with a football move. And being that he's light, he probably thought it was aggressive, but that's not enough to stab somebody. The defense really didn't have nothing, really, Ryan. They can only go with what they have to work with. I thought this was a case where he could like try to negotiate a plea deal or something. You said there were other people talking mess too, and Austin said he would beat his ass before that. Yeah, tough talk. I've been through that. Yeah, I'm gonna whoop you. You know what I'm saying? Like, MF. Like, this. I remember one time I went on a we had a football. We was playing football against this team, and we were talking jaw jacking back and forth what we gonna do with each other. You know what I'm saying? And then we all got to tussling. And that's it. You tussle a little bit, grab your helmet, I grab yours, your face mask, and that's it. You know how teenagers are. You ain't this, you ain't ish, MFA, and all this type of talk, But then afterwards, good game. Good game, man. We shake hands, good game. After we don't talk trash to each other. Good game. You said I was taught don't turn your back on a crowd. Yeah, you don't turn your back. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but nobody testified to that, Cutie, that was going on. You know what I'm saying? I don't really hear. I thought it was just like a little simple argument, you know. But right now they're having yeah, walk away, but some, you know how these teenagers are, Darlene. Some people can't walk away. They want to go jaw jack with each other. Yeah, it was a testimony. Okay. No, I mean, we getting parts of the story. They just got into an argument and, you know, a shoving broke out. He said he got shoved and stuff because he told the cop, when he was telling the cop, he said, I told him not to touch me. That's what I told him. Yeah. Now, if he had walked away and he was, and they came after him to beat him up, then yeah, he has every right to do what he had to do. Wait a minute, they were high up on the bleachers. Like, what's going on here? Were they under the tent or were they up on the bleachers? This is weird. Like just it's just easy to walk away. Yeah, show them this case. If they think it's too hard to walk away, yeah, show them this case right here and show them how what the jury gave them. Because the jury gonna sit up here and serve this kid.
Agencies, security measures as you enter the property include.
You hear me? They sitting ready. They finna serve this kid. I'm just telling y'all this. Remember, I said it yesterday. The verdict ain't gonna take long. I said less than a couple hours, if that. But watch how long they take with the sentencing. Probably less than an hour. They got their mind made up. They saw the autopsy photo. It's okay. We gonna get this kid. He getting ready to serve some hard time, and he used to a life of luxury. Okay, I seen this house he live in that he grew up in. I see it. It's a big house. He lived a life of luxury. Had his own car and everything. No, they didn't have the verdict live. We had to read it. The people came out and told us. So, yeah, man, it's this. Yeah, show them this case. Your kids, show them this case. Like, look what the jury. Look how they served this man. Look how they served this kid. They gonna serve him today. I'm telling you this. They gonna serve him. They having the closing arguments now, Ryan, on the penalty phase. They're in the penalty phase. He only had one witness, Ryan, to argue mitigating circuit. It was just his mother. Yeah, but see, the thing is, his friend, I don't think he testified to that. Did he, Cutie? That he invited him in the tent? I think he did say he went into the tent. But the kid said he didn't belong in that tent. Yeah, he lived a life of luxury. The house is huge. I didn't grow up like that. Not with a house like that. Yeah, he lived a life of luxury. He about to go. Oh boy, it's gonna be a rude awakening for him tonight. We need kids to see this. We need them to see what they're getting ready to do to him. You said the kid drove a Lexus. Dang. He drove a Lexus. Yeah, he lived a life of luxury. Okay. He lived a life of luxury, man. I told you one time I was near Seton Hall University, and Seton Hall University is on South Orange Avenue, but I was right down the street and where it gets bad at, because it's like a nice area where Seton Hall University is, but you walk a couple of blocks down, it gets bad. So we were walking, me and friends of ours, and one of the kids that I know since grammar school, he lived a life of luxury. He lived down the street from Kool and the Gang, okay, in a gated community. And him and his boys, they tried to rob us. And I took offense to that because I didn't grow up like how he grew up. And I remember seeing him years later in a, like a year later in a gas station. And I said, yeah, man, that wasn't cool what you did, man. And I said, that ain't cool. And I said, I take offense to that. And I said, because you grew up a life of luxury and I didn't. And you going to sit up here and take what I got? I said, listen, you better hope I never get bad news because you're the first one on my list. I told him this. I said, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I said, I'm going to teach you something. And I said, you lucky I changed my mind. I said, that's what I was thinking about you. Okay. I said, but I changed my tune on it. I told him that. He said, yeah, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. Because if you didn't know him, he hangs out with two different groups of people. He like got split personality. He hang out with money, and then he can hang out in the hood too. He got like a split personality. And I said, I took offense to that. You're going to sit here and work, try to take what I work hard for, and yet you can get everything you want to get. And I told him, I said, you got something coming to you. I said, karma is going to get you for that. You got something coming to you. You made us run that night, and y'all thought it was funny. And yeah, I was some type of hot. That was years ago, but I was some type of hot back then. That's what I told him too. I said, you are on my list. I said, I have a list. You are on it. You know, I'm trying to talk tough. I said, you are on a list. What list? You know what list I'm talking about? Obviously, I don't think like that now, but yeah, tapped our pockets. It was like we were surrounded. It was like eight guys surrounding us. But we ran though. You know what I'm saying? We ran. They could have caught he told me, listen, we could have we weren't gonna rob you. He said we would have if we wanted to. He said we were just playing around. I said, but we didn't think it was funny. But that's what Karmelo, you know, he comes from a really good situation. And all that's gone now. All that's gone. He's getting ready to sit in a cell the size of a bathroom. Okay? The size of a bathroom. With another man. I don't know where he's going, if they get their own cell or not. I don't know. But that's where his life is going to be now. It's crazy. You got to think. That's what I told that kid. I said, what if y'all robbed us and did something? I said, you would have went to jail for being stupid. You know, I told him that. I said, you shouldn't have did that to us. I said, you know, and I told him one of the guys I was with, his dad is the chief of police. I could easily tell. I told him, I said, I could easily tell him that it was you that did that. He'll make your life hell out here. And I said, yo, you need to be careful who you hang around. Like, you need to check that. I don't know what the guy's doing now. I heard he's doing pretty bad. You know, he don't got on that stuff now. Last time I heard, he don't got on that train. You know, when you get on that train, that's worse than any drug they put out. So I heard he's doing that now. It's crazy how people just like get into the wrong crowd and get hooked up on stuff. It's crazy. All right, so let's see what's going on with Melo here.
Has climbed from 3.
Karmelo. Let's see what JLR talking about. All right, let me find another feed here.
Well, and we just had Keith Harris has joined us. Keith, you were in the courtroom when the verdict came in and also during the punishment phase. Just walk us through what you saw and heard.
So as they were bringing everyone in, they brought the Metcalf family in first, and then they brought the Anthony family in, and then the general public. Everybody had a seat. The judge brought the jury in. One thing that I noticed just as an attorney looking at the jury as they were walking in, they weren't looking at the defendant. And usually from a defense standpoint, if they're not making eye contact with your client, I kind of assume that this probably wasn't going to be a good verdict for the defendant. They did find him guilty of murder. The judge took a little bit of a break. He held Mr. Anthony's bond insufficient, which means that he goes into custody. They took him away for a little while. When the verdict was read, looking at the Anthony family, they seemed pretty stoic at first, but you could clearly just tell by the verdict. I mean, both families have been affected by this, and both families became pretty emotional. They were holding it in as best they could, but you could hear emotions just on both sides, and you could see relief, and some of the Metcalf family rubbing each other's backs and hugging each other. They took Mr. Anthony away while the defense team, Toby and Mike, got to talk to him in the holdover. And then they brought him back whenever they were going to start the punishment phase. When Mr. Anthony came out of the holdover, you could tell he looked pretty shocked, just really like just a stunned look on his face. They sat him down. They brought the jury in. One thing that was interesting in punishment, both sides, it's like you start all over again. State can give an open statement. Defense can give an opening statement. Bill Worski waived open, which means he wasn't going to give one. Mike Howard then waived open. So Mr. Worski, the burden's on the state for punishment. He rested. He didn't call a witness or anything like that. And so then what happened was Mr. Howard had an opportunity. He called, I believe, Miss Hayes, which is Karmelo Anthony's mother, and he asked her maybe 4 or 5 questions, finding out that Mr. Anthony's her oldest. She had indicated, he's my oldest, my firstborn. She said, I'll always love you. Clearly emotional. After that, Mr. Howard passed her as a witness, allowed Mr. Worski to ask her a couple questions. And I think he asked her 2 questions. He said, at the end of the day, you love your son. She agreed to that. And he said, and your son will always be a part of your life, and always you'll be able to see him. So obviously setting up the argument that she, no matter what happens in this case, she's still going to have a son that's living, a relationship with him, and get to see him. And so after that, he was done. Mike Howard then rested in punishment. Bill closed in punishment. Mike closed. And so now they're just preparing the charge for closing arguments for punishment. So I think that they'll argue today, and we could see a verdict today.
What do you make of that? What do you make of only one witness being called and the defense not presenting anymore? Do you think that they have an inkling of what this jury might be thinking? I mean, that's kind of hard to predict as a lawyer, but it is a little stunning that they only called one character witness.
Yeah, it is a little surprising. I think my read from this is just, I think the attorneys are just letting the case speak for itself. I think that instead of calling a bunch of witnesses, Mike Howard did ask Miss Hayes, do you think your son's remorseful? And she said, yes, I absolutely know that he's remorseful. I know that he's sorry that this happened. And I think that they're just going to let the case stand on itself. I mean, I think you can get in the weeds and you can call a bunch of stuff and make this longer and longer. But at the end of the day, I think that both sides kind of just want to see Mr. Anthony's sentence for this case and this case alone.
What do you think convinced this jury that murder was the appropriate verdict here?
I never want to question a jury's verdict. I think that they really did look at the facts of the case. And I think that at the end of the day, I'm assuming that they just couldn't get past that lethal force for the force that was used towards Mr. Anthony. And I think, I was surprised at the time period that it took them to get there. But again, I think that to me, it seems like they didn't struggle at all with those questions or go into a lesser or anything like that. So I think that they pretty much were able to resolve that.
Were you surprised by the prosecution's decision not to put more witnesses on the stand, or do you think there could have been some sort of an agreement about how this part was going to go?
In punishment?
Right.
I just think that at some point the family's going to get to give a victim impact after the verdict on punishment. So I would assume Bill's just going to let them say their piece then. I think probably in guilt innocence that the jurors have already heard the effects of probably the family and what this has done to the family and things like that. So I just do think probably from a professional standpoint, I just think that these attorneys are just saying, look, we could get in the weeds, we could call a ton of people, we can be here for longer and things like that. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to make any other difference. And I think that they really are just saying, these are the facts of the case. And I would assume that Bill's going to get up there and argue and say, look, you've heard the facts of the case. And that's what your punishment verdict's going to be, is you tell us what you think of this offense and what you think of these facts and what your verdict is.
What would you expect to see in the punishment charge?
Just telling the jury what the punishment range is. There was no evidence of sudden passion in punishment or anything that would lower the punishment to be considered to 2 to 20 if there was sudden passion. So they're going to get the full range of punishment for a murder, which is 5 to 99 years or life. And so they're going to get in their instruction, having found the defendant guilty of murder, you're now asked to consider punishment in this. And it will tell them that they can consider everything in the case and the underlying case on top of anything that they heard in punishment, but that they are to assess a punishment in between 5 and 99 years or life in prison on their verdict. So that's going to be their range, and they're going to be instructed of that.
Inside the courtroom, everything has been very calm. Both families have been cordial to one another. Out here, there was a lot of emotion. You weren't able to see that. There's a lot of emotion from the community. Some people dropped to their knees. It was a very emotional case for both sides. But there were a lot of people here on Karmelo Anthony's side that were out here praying and many, many days in a row. Why do you think that there was just such a reaction like that?
I think that you have people that have followed this, people that have been inside, being here and seeing the deputies, how professional they are here. They've been amazingly well in controlling everything, being so professional and respectful to everyone. Seeing the people that actually get in to listen to what the evidence has been, they've just been people that have wanted to know. I haven't gotten a sense of people with agendas that already have minds made up. A lot of the people that I spoke with earlier today waiting in line, they just said, hey, I just kind of want to see what the facts so I can make a decision on my own. And I think that that they just have been things have been really professional in there, really quiet. Again, the deputies have handled things really well. I think the excitement and the emotions and back and forth out here is not indicative of what's going on in that courtroom.
Yeah,
And walk people through what they can expect next.
What they can expect next?
Yes.
So they're going to get the charge. They're working on the charge right now. I came out so that I could be with you guys and discuss all this of what's going on. They're going to get a charge. Both sides are going to talk to the judge about the charge to see if there's any objections to the charge, if they want to add anything to the charge. At some point, they're going to have an agreement of what the charge is going to be. The judge will then bring the jury back in, read the charge to them, and again, prosecution is going to get to open punishment. Defense will then go, and then prosecution will be able to give the close or rebuttal to the defense's argument and punishment. So we'll get to see what the state asked for, if they asked for anything, in punishment. And, with the verdict that came in that amount of time, it might give the state a little bit of freedom to ask for a number versus, hey, you've heard from the facts of this case. We're just going to defer to you. You understand what the punishment range is. They might ask for a number that they feel might be appropriate, where maybe they wouldn't have before, but with the verdict and how it was, and it doesn't seem like the jury struggled. I don't think we saw anything about them having any questions during deliberation. So I think that it really could be something to where, the state might ask for a number, or they could just say, I can't tell you what a life's worth. I can't tell you what this young man's life is worth, but you've heard everything, all the evidence, we've brought everything to you. And so we're now just going to ask that you determine what that is. And the state could say, we want you to tell this community what you think of this case, what you think of these actions. Obviously, defense is going to try to personalize their client. Hey, you didn't hear all these extraneous bad acts by our client. The state would have brought that to you if there was something that they wanted you to consider. His mom told you that he's been remorseful, that he's remorseful of this. He's going to go down to prison. He's never been to prison before. That's going to be a eye-opener for him. Take that into consideration. He was 17 at the time. They're going to argue, don't throw this young man's life away. Give him an appropriate sentence to where he can come and learn from this and hopefully be a productive member of society.
Well, and one of the things that they asked during voir dire when they were selecting this jury, that was a very big part of picking this jury. Can you look at the lower end? Would you have a problem giving somebody 5 years for a murder conviction? And so they kept hammering that. So you're thinking that the defense is trying to get the people that are saying, I absolutely cannot give somebody 5 years if they committed a murder. So you're trying to make sure that the people that you are selecting, if you're the defense, can look at the whole range. But if you're the prosecution, you want people that are also going to be able to look at the whole range.
Well, the deal is if they say, hey, I could never give life, then they're disqualified. You don't have to strike them. They're disqualified by law. Just like if they say I could never give 5 years, because they can't consider and assess the full range of punishment. They can't follow the law as it is. And so those people, that's why they're looking for those two extremes, because obviously defense wants people that say that they could never consider 5 years. Prosecution wants people that say they want to strike people or to cause people off the jury that say that they could never consider life. So you want someone that consider that full range of punishment.
Rebecca, and this may be something all three of you can touch on, but Jobin just overheard in the courtroom one of the bailiffs asked, what's happening with the sentencing documents, and Bill Werski said they want sudden passion. We're fine with that. They want sudden passion. We're fine with that. Where does that line of discussion take you when it comes to the punishment phase?
Well, we know, Chris, that sudden passion would bring down that the sentencing from 5 to 99 to 2 to 20. So Bill Werski, apparently the judge asked him, where do we stand on the document for the charges here in the punishment phase? And he then said, we are okay and good with sudden passion. Would that be something, because we were talking about that you weren't quite sure if they had reached that legal threshold for them to consider sudden passion?
So, you can always go back to guilt, innocence. And so if there's been some sort of evidence, let's say that evidence of sudden passion came out in testimony, Mr. Anthony didn't have time for cool reflection in what he did, then you could also present it in punishment, even though defense didn't call.
Well, new research about GLP-1 drugs and pregnancy.
Coming up, a breakdown on the findings.
All right, so I'm just trying to find the status on this closing arguments here. That's what I'm looking for.
Phase. Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to date. We will be live on the Fox Local app when there is an update, so make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. And if it happens while we're on air too, we'll bring it to you live. Well, street racing led to the deaths of 3 people in Duncanville. A 4th person was injured.
Didn't take the stand. Do you think that that hurt the defense?
Well, the jury's going to be instructed that they can't take into consideration the fact that Mr. Anthony didn't testify, so they can't even consider that. I don't think it necessarily hurt the defense because you can think, well, you still got the charge in, you still got sudden passion in the charge, and that would be the only thing that Mr. Anthony could have maybe added to or given more specifics of why he felt that way. But I think the evidence has been presented that at least give them an argument to make an argument to the jury on certain factors or things that they think would rise to the level of sudden passion.
We were talking just a few moments ago about how fast this case moved along and how quickly the jury was able to go through that guilt and innocence phase of this. Just for anyone who's keeping track, Jobin Puneker tells us that at 4:37, which is 5 minutes ago now, the jury officially began deliberating. And so the clock has started on that. And I'm probably putting the cart way out in front of the horse here in asking this. But Counselor Harris, what is the defense thinking potentially about appeal at this point, and how does that work?
Well, they will appeal, I would assume. So they have 30 days to file an appeal. And so usually what will happen is probably before they leave the courthouse today, the judge will have them put in their notice for appeal. Even if Mr. Howard and Mr. Shook don't represent him on appeal, he's at least put his notice to the court, which preserves his right to get an appeal. And whether they have to appoint an appellate attorney to represent him or he hires his own appellate attorney, but it preserves his right until whoever is going to handle it can follow the necessary paperwork with the Court of Appeals.
And Keith, talk to us about an appeal bond, how that would work and when that would come into play.
That's a great question. So he could be entitled, well, the court could consider giving him an appeal bond if the jury sentences him to 10 years or less in prison. To where if the court could set a bond where he could post a bond and he could be out, on release on bond while his case is going through the appeals process. What? If the jury sentences him to over 10 years in prison,
I've never heard of that.
He will not be able to have an appeal bond set.
Do you think that part of this appeal is going to be that the 3 remaining African-American jurors were not selected and they were struck by the judge and the prosecution, and then they had the protest from the defense, but were still not allowed on the panel?
Well, I definitely think that could be something that gets mentioned in the appeal.
It's like a
From
luxury,
the
being locked up
standpoint,
luxury.
they're probably going to review the record. Defense, that's why they make the objections. That's why they're very clear, so that they can preserve error for appeal. If they would have never objected to those strikes, then he couldn't have gone on appeal and said, hey, the court erred in going with the state on these.
Do reach sentence, though. And if that is a conviction, that is once again where the difference between manslaughter and murder will come into play, because for manslaughter is 2 to 20 years in prison. The punishment range for murder is 5 to 99 years. That decision will also be in the hands of this jury. But for now, they should be focused on the question of guilt or innocence and what, if anything, Karmelo Anthony is guilty of. Ken?
Andrea, you know, in addition to murder and to manslaughter, the defense, they had another charge that it wanted the jury to consider. What was that?
Yeah, that would have been criminally negligent homicide. That is even sort of a lesser charge than manslaughter. And the punishment range for that would have capped out at 2 years. That would have been equivalent to, you know, somebody leaving a child in a hot car, a homicide really committed out of someone's pure negligence. Denied their request in the jury charge, denied their request to put that out as an option for the jury. But it does show that the defense is sort of looking at those lesser charges as a possibility, maybe a compromise there between murder and acquittal, and really looking at the possibility of the jury ending up somewhere.
We're just stuck kind of waiting for this penalty thing.
Yeah, so as of right now, the jury is deliberating right now. So this happening. This is happening at lightning speed. So as of right now, they are deliberating as far as what his sentence is going to be. They're gonna have it today. He's gonna know by later. He's gonna know soon what he's getting sentenced to. And they absolutely correct. He has 30 days to appeal it, which he will. He may not have the same attorneys. He'll have someone else and go from there. And I know this is a lot for him. You know, this is a lot, but he had to have known the worst possible outcome. He had to have known this. So let's see. Yeah, he got the worst possible situation. That jury, they are going to, I already know they're getting ready to serve him. I already know it. Let me see. All right, let's see what this says here. Who is this? No, I don't want that. Let's see. That's JLR. Let's see. I don't want that one. Let's hear what this guy's saying.
He wants that cash money. Well, never let a racist grift go to waste. I think that's the phrase. Didn't Rahm Emanuel say something similar? Never let it go to waste. Califab, thank you for that one. Califab. Will there be a civil case and will the donated money be used to pay it? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, would the Metcalf sue? Do they have any assets? Karmelo doesn't have any assets, right? It's not like suing OJ. OJ had a lot of assets. I'm sure Karmelo doesn't have any assets, so is it worth it? Probably not. maybe for those donated funds, but probably going to be now it's a battle between being entitled to the cash versus being able to collect the cash, which is a distinction. So it may all be gone already. So I would imagine he doesn't have much of anything. And that 600 G's is probably, if it's not gone, it's about to be gone. Califab, what's going on? So in terms of just practicality, like I'm sure they could sue, but will they? I think it comes down to recovery. Ryan, Sir, Mr. Thank you, Ryan, for signing up and supporting us as a new member. Very appreciated.
This is a real thing that happened.
Yeah.
And they didn't fire at those drones that they said they didn't know what they were. The government said they had no idea what those were.
Let's go back to this.
This decision that has left him guilty of murder. How do you work in the punishment phase? What do you try to do to live?
I mean, I think you got to first you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're going to have to quickly turn to your anticipated punishment evidence, which is going to be the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. You know, the range of punishments, 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you. Because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calm down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
So one very unusual aspect of this case has been where some of the reaction is coming from. Several state politicians have issued statements in their official capacity, including Jared Patterson, the Republican state rep whose district includes parts of Frisco. Patterson called Austin Metcalf's murder a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy and said today's murder conviction is justice served. Texas GOP chair Abraham George echoed that sentiment and said the Texas Republican Party stands with the Metcalf family. And on the other side are Karmelo Anthony supporters who have condemned this verdict. The activist group Next Generation Action Network has spoken in support of the family on multiple occasions. The group's leadership said it will continue to provide the family support through a likely appeals process once the punishment is decided. So we want to go back to Fox 4's Sean Rabb with more updates from inside of the courthouse with the punishment phase. Sean, I know obviously we can't have any cameras inside of the courtroom there, and we've been getting updates from Lori Brown, who is inside of the courtroom. So what are some updates that you're hearing?
Yeah, and you know what? We talk about that a lot because we've become accustomed in state district courts. County, they have cameras in courtrooms, but they've not always been there. We've not always covered cases with cameras. It's been with reporters chronicling the events in the courtroom and then sharing those. And that's what we've been getting in this trial. Right now, I want to go back to share with you what's happening in the closing statements before jurors begin their deliberation. We were talking earlier about sudden passion, and Mike Howard, one of the defense attorneys, wanted to impress on the jurors that, look, you decided that self-defense wasn't part of this case, but I want to help you and let you understand sudden passion can. He says, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad. His suggestion, Karmelo Anthony acted in a moment, sudden passion, and not that he thought, premeditated plan to go to that track meet and kill someone. But let me share with you what Bill Werski has said in his closing statements to this jury before they begin their deliberation. He's saying, here it is. This is not sudden passion. This was provoked. And the person who provoked and caused the death was not Metcalf, but was Anthony. That is what Bill Werski is saying. Beyond that, here is what he tells this jury. Whether you like it or not, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. When you talk about Anthony, talk about Metcalf. When you consider his family, consider Metcalf. And then he goes on to say, you know what? A lot of life sentences have been handed out today. A lot of life sentences. there needs to be one more life sentence, as he references the time he wants this jury to give Karmelo Anthony. He says, it's up to you to determine how we in Collin County respond to senseless violence. Do we tolerate it or hand down lengthy sentences? So the pressure is mounting on this jury for a long sentence, 40 years or more. 40 years or more is where I think Bill.
Yeah, I think the prosecutor did really good throughout this entire case. I think he's very, very strong.
First wants this jury to start considering the floor is 40 years. The ceiling could be 99. That's what he wants them to consider. So we'll see what this jury does when they do retire. But these are the passionate pleas in punishment that Attorney Russell Wilson was.
Oh gosh. So this is what I was trying to tell everybody from the beginning of the live and what I've been saying for like days. People are forgetting that at the time this started, remember, because the reason that he went into the tent was because he was stretching and then he saw someone that he thought he knew. So what I was trying to point out days ago was he went and found his duffel bag, backpack, whatever, picked that up, and then walked over to the tent to start talking to Eddie. Because you're on the field stretching, he was going to do the 400. So why did you go grab your bag and then go into the tent and then you know what I mean? People are asking you to leave and you're putting up this argument over and over and over and over and over. That was weird to me. You're at a track meet, you put your stuff down where your team is or in your tent, like people say, because you don't have a locker room. Like your tent is your locker room. So why would you go get the backpack and bring the backpack with you? If you were just stretching to get ready for an event, to do an event, and you were just going to go say hi to someone that you knew, why would you go bring your bag? That was always weird to me. Someone put, okay, you do if you don't have a base tent because you weren't running that day. He was going to run that day. He was stretching to do the 400 event. That was talked about. And they didn't have a tent, but his whole team was in that area. They did not put the tent up yet because the bus was late with the tent. So the tent hadn't gotten put up yet. Either way, why would you go get your bag? Why wouldn't you just leave it with your team? To me, it's weird. So it's throwing an object at someone the same as pushing someone and you couldn't defend yourself according to your beliefs. Just saying, wait, so is throwing an object at someone the same as pushing someone and couldn't you defend yourself according to your beliefs, to their beliefs?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if there's any. See, they're gonna have a decision on his the sentence here. They just finished the closing statements on the sentencing phase, the penalty phase. The jury is currently deliberating on how much time they're going to give him. So, yeah, they deciding. I bet you they're gonna have something soon. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back as soon as I hear they have a sentence. I'll be back because I believe they're gonna have a sentence. I'm pretty sure. I'm just waiting on it. It could be any time now because they're deliberating now. It's not gonna take them that long. Maybe another hour. Not even. They should have something. They pretty much not showing him no mercy. No, they are not. Okay, what is this? All right. So it just waiting outside of court here. Let me see. What is this person?
As he heard the closing arguments, he heard the testimony from Karmelo Anthony's mom, which is the only witness that was called to testify in this punishment phase. Jobin, tell us what the courtroom was like, first of all.
You know, we always remember when it's really loud in a courtroom where people are talking about things, and you also remember when people aren't saying a thing. And the quietest moment ever experienced, at least in this trial, is the moment before the jury walks in to deliver that verdict. And then the next thing we hear, after the verdict is read, Kayla Hayes, this is Karmelo's mom, audibly crying. And it's loud. She's the only one making noise in that moment. Her grandmother, Karmelo's grandmother, is also crying right next to her. Obviously a very difficult moment. And one moment that I do want to speak to is there's a moment when Karmelo Anthony is now remanded into the direction of the sheriff's department, and he is walked out with a deputy and his two attorneys. In that moment, Karmelo Anthony walks out. He's crying visibly. He takes a glance over at his parents. It was a split second, and it tells you so much about the pain that happens with these verdicts and the sentence.
But talk also a little bit about Austin Metcalf's family, because Hunter was in the courtroom for the first time. He has not been at this trial. Their reaction.
Yeah. There was very little emotion during the verdict and after the verdict. It wasn't until they came in for when the jury first got to hear about the actual sentencing charges, that's when they were actually the most talkative. But before that, they were very quiet. There was a time during closing when Bill Werski's talking about life sentences have already been handed out in this case. Megan Metcalf has a life sentence. Jeff Metcalf has a life sentence. And Hunter Metcalf already has a life sentence, talking about the loss of Austin Metcalf. And that's when we see Megan Metcalf really having a moment there. It's very difficult.
What do you make of that when it comes to the jury going to have to deliberate this and decide his punishment?
Well, I think that they take what they hear. And I think for what Jobin said and Werski's final argument to them, I mean, I think it's relatively like recent to when they go back and deliberate. So I think it's going to really have some people thinking about things. And yes, you have to determine how you want to punish this defendant. But what Werski was doing is saying you can't forget about this family that's been affected by these actions.
Chris, back to you.
I want to just follow up on some of the things you said, you know, in terms of how this played out with the jury being able to consider manslaughter and murder. Was this something that was expected and quite so soon?
Tanya?
I didn't catch what you said.
Oh, he asked if manslaughter and murder were something that was being expected that this jury was going to deliberate.
Well, I would have been surprised if they had not included manslaughter. I would expect in a case that it would have been included. Rebecca, you and I were talking about it earlier. Keith and I were talking about when this verdict came back so quickly, you just knew that manslaughter was taken off the table, that they were going with murder, that the verdict was going to be murder. I think now the biggest question is how long will it take them to deliberate on punishment, and how much of a factor will his age, his youth, and how much will they take into account that body cam that shows his remorse in all this. I think, you know, a lot of that remains to be seen as to how they will view that.
Yeah, Chris, very decisive on this jury. They made their decision very quickly.
And I'm just wondering, from your expertise, from Jobin being in that courtroom at the time, you know, will they look at the same evidence that they used to reach a verdict of guilty? Can they look at that with different eyes or with a different perspective when it comes to actually deciding how long he should be in prison?
Keith, they're asking if they'll use the same evidentiary information that they had to convict Karmelo Anthony into their decision on his sentence.
I think so. I mean, I definitely think that that's something that they're going to do. And what you kind of have to realize when they're listening to that evidence and guilt innocence at the beginning,
they're not talking to each other about, hey, what are your thoughts and what are your thoughts? Because they can't deliberate till all the evidence has been submitted and they can deliberate. And so now that evidence might look differently because now you've got 12 other people, or if you're one, you've got 11 other people that are in agreement with you. And so now you might look at that saying, hey, we all have agreed that this is murder. And now what do we do with what we've seen? And so I definitely think that they're going to look at it again. How they weigh that out, people can look at it differently. Some can find some empathy in some forms or some sympathy or something like that. Some could find some aggravating things in some of the original conduct. So it's just going to depend on what they discuss and how they deal with it individually as well.
And we've all seen cases where the mere fact that they find somebody guilty of murder doesn't mean that the sentence is going to be life. I mean, we have seen cases we've all covered.
What do you guys think about that? You think they're going to sentence him to life? I keep going back and forth with it. I'm not sure. We're going to have to see. I can't read it. I don't know. You say you have a feeling they might not, Ryan, sentence him to life? Because maybe they're taking into consideration he never had any priors. And he was young and made a bad decision. He better hope they're not saying this in the deliberation room. We need to send a message. Maybe 20 years with parole. That seems like yeah. I like Nappy Yankee. That seems like something right there. 20 years with parole, meaning that he won't have to do the whole 20 years. He could be out before 20 years. Oh yeah, let me go back to that case. Hold on. You said, remember that case I told you about? Max, he stabbed a kid in the restroom a few times and he got manslaughter. Yeah, you told me. But Ryan, they got this kid murder one here. Murder one. So they can look, the jury, they have full discretion right now. They could give him 5 years, or they can give him 99 years, or they can give him life. You don't know. The jury could come back and say, you know what? He may have learned his lesson. Let's give him 7 years. And guess what? The judge have to respect that. And he'll get 7 years. But at the same time, the prosecutor said, remember, a young man is dead here. You say he may only get 12 years. I know people keep saying he got a lot of money. Did they raise a lot of money? He's not going to be able to enjoy it though. So that's his family's money now. $690K. Man, can I start a GoFundMe? Y'all can donate to it. For my travels to go to these trials. Can I start a GoFundMe? You know, for hotel, for lodging, rental car expenses. Would y'all do that? I didn't hurt nobody. I just want to go boots on the ground. 20 years, Miss V? You think 20 years? Okay. Ryan, what did you say again? What did you say, Ryan? How much time you think? You said you can, don't joke. Oh no, I'm not joking. He comes from an upper middle class family, I believe. Yeah, he does. That house is huge he live in. They had a huge house before the donation. But they rented a house. What they did was they rented a house that was huge as well. But the one they lived in before that one was huge. I don't know what his parents do, but you know, just upper middle class family. You say you need a GoFundMe too, T? T, we gonna do the GoFundMe. We gonna set one up. You say 20 to 25, but I wouldn't be surprised if they give him manslaughter. Well, they've already decided that phase already, Ryan. He's guilty of murder one. Right now, they decided on how much years. So they could give him, see, for murder one, they could give him 20 to 25 years. They could. They could very well do that. So that's a good number, 2025. Yeah, manslaughter years, 2025. You said, I doubt it'll be 20 years, but it's possible. What do you think again, Steve? You said, what do you think it was going to be again? You said you thought they shut what down? Oh, his GoFundMe. No, they didn't shut it down. You know, Chud the Builder, he raised over 100 and some thousand. But the problem with Chud is the judge won't allow him to use that money to bail out. That's the problem he got going on right now. The judge said, "Oh no, you can't use none of that money to bail out." You said you'll be wearing a Free Mellow t-shirt. He said, I hope he'll be able to survive jail. Yeah, it's crazy. God, I don't know. I have a feeling this jury, I don't know. I think no more than 20 for the jury. Then again, they might say life because they might say life, guys. You know, they like, look, a young man is dead here. He's gone for the rest of it's over for him. So I don't know how they're going to say. I don't know what they're going to say. 10 to 15, you think? You think 10 years? I don't know. We'll see. Let me see if there's an update here. Oh, it's silent. It must have the helicopter going over it. Okay. No updates yet. The jury is still deliberating the sentence. Somebody said the Carmelo Anthony case is about rage, not race. Okay, so that is, let me see.
Got on scene less than 30 seconds after both the 20 and 21-year-old suspects were still on scene. Family members tell Fox 4 that a 12-year-old boy, his 50-year-old mother, and a 78-year-old grandmother were all killed. A father told me his stepson is still in the hospital.
Just trying to get another feed here. Everybody talking about this thing, man. Jeez, yeah. All right, let me just see if I can find something else.
Whether it was reasonable or unreasonable. In each instance, if all 21 of those witnesses were called, there should have been 21 objections that should have been sustained each time to preserve the record in the event of appeal, and also to prevent any of those witnesses speculation with regard to the ultimate outcome of the case and the law from being invited in. It is prevented in the rules of evidence the allowance of a layperson to offer their opinion on that with regard to what the ultimate outcome was and what occurred. And so when I saw those instances of that question being repeated to each of those students, to teenagers, and and that coming through, at that point in time, I had questions about the adequacy, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, but I think that defense could have been a bit more zealous in that instance.
Attorney Muhammad, I see you shaking your head and nodding your head too, and I see even some comments that said his team failed him. What do you make of that?
I agree 100% because I read where they asked at least one witness, do you think it was self-defense or not? Or they allowed him to say whether he thought it was self-defense or murder. That's a knee-jerk objection that should have been sustained. If not sustained, it certainly would be taken up on appeal because the jury is the trier of fact. Only the jury can determine whether there's self-defense and what the facts are. And to allow a witness to say that he thought it was self-defense is completely out of order. So I agree with Mr. Lawrence 100% on that. And there's a motion called a Batson motion, which is normally filed when all of the black jurors are stricken by the prosecution. I would think that that was filed as well too. And I heard that the defense did object to the manner in which the blacks were stricken. So that's a matter that will go up on appeal. And that's where this case is headed now. It's headed to the appellate courts. And that's one of hopefully many issues that will be taken up to the appellate court, the manner of selection. And the prosecution has to give a race-neutral reason for striking the black jurors. And I heard they made up something about them being educators.
Yeah, they were educators. That was the reason that they gave.
And the issue there is if that was actually a valid cause, if them being educators was a valid cause, they would have used it as a challenge for cause rather than as a peremptory challenge in the first place. So they knew that was suspect on his face. 30% of their peremptory challenges were used to strike black women jurors, and they characterized all three women as the same rather than judging them separately and individually. Essentially, they used the very same reason for three different people, and said that this was their cause for all of them. And I think that if an appellate court can be fair in taking these things into consideration, then there is at least a chance with regard to that Batson challenge that Attorney Muhammad is speaking to.
And I do want to go back to Attorney Muhammad. What should the public understand about the difference between today's verdict and the sentencing phase that still lies ahead that they're basically going into right now?
Well, for one thing, they need to understand that this case is far from being over. The guilt and innocence phase has been determined by the jury, but now it goes into the appellate courts, and it has to work its way up through the circuits. Who knows? It may end up before the Texas Supreme Court or the Court of Criminal Appeals. You know, so it's going to be a while before this is finally put to rest. So for those who are on pins and needles and on the edge of their seat, you know, you might want to sit back and relax because it's going to take a while for this.
Not me on mute, okay? I did have a question for you, CJ, and I want to bring you back in. I mean, you, Attorney Muhammad. I want to bring you back in, CJ. From the defense perspective, what arguments would you expect attorneys to make at this point in an effort to seek the lightest sentence possible?
Yes, and we actually spoke a little bit to that. Since we're in the sentencing phase right now, they can bring witnesses forward. Essentially, in Texas, they have two terms of art or two elements that are mitigating factors. That includes adequate cause and sudden passion is what they call it there. In common law, we call it heat of passion and adequate provocation. These are sometimes factors that are utilized as elements of manslaughter, but in Texas, the way that it's made up, these are things that can be taken into consideration with regard to whether or not at the time that Austin Metcalf assaulted Karmelo Anthony, he was acting with adequate cause because he had been provoked, or he had at least been hit, or if he was acting in an enraged or passionate manner that he would not have otherwise behaved in. These are factors that they're going to look at. The challenge is that the same jury that swiftly made the decision on the ultimate outcome as it relates to the murder is the same jury that's considering these factors with regard to mitigating it here. Now they may at least consider it here, and if so, it does potentially change the outcome substantially with regard to the window of time that Karmelo Anthony might receive. I think he was looking at potentially 5 to 99 years.
Yep.
And Attorney Muhammad, you could correct me on what that window changes to. But I do believe that it changes significantly should the jury consider those mitigating factors.
And Attorney Muhammad, you can jump in as you please. And I did have a question at the bottom of the screen. If you see that, if they're in appeals, could the verdict be changed?
Okay, let me first state that I do believe that in the sentencing phase that Karmelo Anthony will take the stand, because it's going to be on him to speak to that jury about his own character, the fact that he's not just a hardened criminal, that he can be rehabilitated or what have you, and he can't change the verdict, but he can affect the outcome of the sentencing by the way he presents himself. So I do expect for him to take the witness stand in the sentencing phase. And what was your other question about what can the appellate court do? They can't. They can reverse, or they can sustain. They can sustain the verdict, and then it's a conviction, or they can reverse and remand and have it retried. You know, I don't think that the appellate court can't substitute its own verdict for the verdict of the jury. But if they find reversible error, and that's the key term, is that the error has to be reversible. If it's a reversible error, then they can reverse that decision and send it back down to the court for a new trial. And that's part of what goes into filing for the appeal, is a motion for a new trial based on the errors that were believed to have taken place in the trial. So, for example, if the appellate court agrees that the striking of those black jurors was not appropriate and not justified, then it can find that as reversible error and send it back down to the trial court.
Now, Attorney Muhammad, this may be for you. I'm going to mute you just for a second as I state my question. This may be for you, or CJ, if you want to jump in on that one, on this one as well. Can you really just break down for people, of course, with the verdict now being out, what is the difference between manslaughter versus murder, right? Especially in this case that we're hearing. So I'm not sure which one of you want to jump in on that one.
Is the question of intent. The murder is an intentional act, and a manslaughter is a homicide that was committed, but not with the requisite intent for it to be classified as a murder. So it could be acting recklessly and committing a homicide or something like that. So the real question is the intent that's involved in the commission of the homicide. And Mr. Lawrence might have something.
I agree with Attorney Muhammad that, again, this whole case came down to a state of mind and a person's behavior under circumstances. And it was less about the act, because we know somebody was killed as a result, and we know who did the killing. It came down to, was this person reckless? Was this person doing this knowingly? Were they purposeful? Were they planning this? And so were they reasonable or were they unreasonable? All of these questions were the questions that the jury, in a well-formed defense, the jury would have to consider all of these things. And in a trial that was at the very least fair with regard to what the jury's makeup might be, that's the way that a jury would sift through and consider these things. Is, you know, when Karmelo got pushed and Austin Metcalf was on him, if that was the defense's theory.
Real quick, CJ, I hate to interrupt, but I don't want this comment because there's so many comments coming in so quickly.
No problem.
But I just want to see if you can address this one. And now let me go and find it again. Denise saying, I just do not see how they proved intent. Did you want to weigh in on that a bit?
Sure. I don't think that they did prove intent. They had a predominantly white jury and a young black man and a deceased young white man, and people were likely outraged with regard to that. And it, because you are utilizing an affirmative defense like self-defense, there is a burden on you to establish that the killing was justified, or at least that the act was reasonable, so that the burden can then shift back to the prosecution in order to try to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. The issue here is that I think that the I'm trying to actually be diplomatic with the defense in how I speak to this, because I know how hard it is to be a defense attorney. But I think that the defense probably set too many expectations with fairness on what an outcome could be with that young black boy in this case. And I think that that's one of the reasons that they thought that they had it in the bag enough to where they didn't have to even bring Karmelo up in the first place. They thought that they had created enough, raised enough of a question for the jury to not believe that the prosecution had proven their case. But this is an instance that was very emotionally charged.
Yeah.
And I think that the only way that Karmelo was going to get any empathy, and he may not have gotten it even then, but is to be heard from directly, and as they're now going to be trying to do, as Attorney Muhammad stated, in the sentencing phase, where he's going to be even more emotional, having been convicted of murder.
Thank you, CJ. I do want to bring you back in, Attorney Muhammad. I got a question from Terrence. It says, so if there was possible witness coaching, wouldn't that explain why they wouldn't want teachers on the jury, especially Black teachers?
I don't think that would explain it at all. That was a subterfuge. That was just a reason given to avoid that Batson charge being imposed on them. All the witnesses are coached. The state coaches its witnesses. The defense coaches its witnesses. You don't ever put a witness on the stand and have no idea what they're going to say. So, sure, they're all coached. That's no reason to keep teachers off the stand.
Okay. Real quick, I do want to bring in, hold on, let me see if I can get her on the stage here. And I wanted to make sure that she knows that I was coming to her. Thelma Anderson, want to bring you in, former prosecutor and legal analyst. She does a lot of work with the Roland Martin show, Roland Martin Unfiltered. In fact, that's where I first initially saw some of her work. So Thelma, you've been inside of the courtroom. Thank you for making time for us. What has been going through your mind, one, just all day today, being inside the courtroom and seeing what was happening firsthand?
I'm pissed. I am furious that a system that I once protected as a former prosecutor, I got to see firsthand of what I consider dirty prosecutors. Even though I've known of dirty prosecutors and I wrote a book about it, to see a man get up and be so disrespectful to the judicial system because of the color of Karmelo's skin and utilize race throughout this trial. And see, that's the reason why they didn't want it public. That's the reason why this judge limited access to the public, because he know when we get access, we show up.
And I just want to confirm, there are only 27 open seats for people to be a part of this, right? To be in the room.
27, it was Hunger Games for these people every morning. Yeah, it was bad.
Can you walk us down through the process now that we've received that guilty verdict? And we've talked a little bit about some of this, but it's different having you as being inside. What happens next?
So they've already went through sentencing. And in the sentencing phase, they get to put on, just like they would a trial, where they get to bring and humanize these individuals if they so choose to do so. So in this particular case, and this is why I said this prosecutor did not have any meat, like he knew he didn't. He didn't put on anything in sentencing. He didn't call the family. He didn't call to humanize Austin Metcalf, because he know that this family has a checkered past. You can't humanize individuals who have dehumanized African Americans this entire year. So they didn't put on anything. Karmelo's attorney called his mom to the stand, and this is right after she found out that they didn't convicted her son of murder. This is her baby. This is the one that she birthed. She carried for 9 months, and she has taken care of. She was emotional. She couldn't contain herself at the thought that these people really found her baby guilty for defending himself. And the audacity of one of these jurors that sat up there and cried. Where was those tears when this trial was going on? And when they showed you exactly what they did to Karmelo. Don't cry now. And after that, it went into they are still in deliberations for sentencing.
So we could have an answer today?
Yeah.
Wow. Thelma, I'm gonna put you on standby for just a second because I know CJ has to get out of here, and I have so many more questions for you, Thelma. But CJ, real quick, you can come off mute and just give us any, last words that you want to add in that, maybe I didn't ask you early on.
Oh, I think that Thelma and Attorney Muhammad both have hit on some excellent points. That was very insightful with regard to how the jury responded after the fact, which even makes me wish even more that they had heard that young man speak. He was 17 years old when this occurred, and I'm sure he was terrified. He's not a big person, and those boys were big boys. I think one of the reasons that they did not call the brother to the stand, who was obviously also involved heavily in this situation, was because some of the things that she raised there would have come out with regard to their past and their history and their behavior and reputations in the community, which are things that can be raised on a self-defense case. Those things didn't really come in, and it would have been an opportunity to show some things that did not happen in this trial. I probably would have even tried to call him as an adversarial witness if I could have as the defense, but that did not occur, and I think that's a glaring issue in this particular case. I want to say thank you to you all for having me on. It was a pleasure with these two incredible attorneys, and of course you. So anytime you need me, I'll be happy to pull back up.
All right. Thank you so much, CJ. Y'all can follow his work at Black with No Chaser. Appreciate you hopping in today. Attorney Muhammad, I saw you shaking your head. If you wanted to jump in real quick, you can go ahead and come off mute there. Thank you, CJ.
Yeah, thank you, CJ, because I was thinking the same thing. I would have subpoenaed that twin brother myself and put him on the witness stand, just for the jury to see his size, as opposed to Karmelo Anthony, if nothing else. So when you...
All right, I want to chime in about that. They got to be very careful putting his brother on the stand, because if they start badgering him on the stand, that ain't going to sit right with the jury. By putting his brother on the stand, he lost his twin brother. I mean, for God's sake, he's not that big, man. Like, I mean, I guess big for the average person. They're not big to me, though. I mean, he's about 6'1". I'm 6'1", 6'2", over 200 pounds. So maybe I could see, yeah, they are kind of big guy. I don't know, but I wouldn't recommend putting him on the stand and badgering him. No, not to the jury. And the thing is, I know they keep saying that he defended himself. Yeah, he defended himself, but was the use of force, deadly force, was it called for this case? The answer is no. See, they keep saying, well, he defended himself. Yeah, but the thing is, I could defend myself all day long, but bringing a knife to a fist fight is not right. I'm for what's right here. I'm for what's right. I don't want to just say, well, I'm not a tribal person. Just because, just because who he is, I'm just going to say he defended himself. No, I'm not doing that, because this case don't seem right. He should not have stabbed this kid in the chest, man. He stabbed him in the heart. He wasn't supposed to do that. Not for talking back and forth and pushing. No. I don't know what era she grew up in. She's probably young. She didn't grow up in my era. No, we don't do that. So he's taking responsibility because regardless of what they say now, he got to pay for this now. We don't know what that jury's going to sentence him to. I know some people are saying 20 years. Guys, I hope I'm wrong about this one. Let me give you another prediction. They're getting ready to sentence him to life. He's getting life. Watch. But it's taking them a while, so maybe they are arguing it because they are taking a while now. I thought they would be done by now, or maybe they are done. But he has to take responsibility for this. He killed someone over a push. No, I don't want to hear he kept defending himself. I don't want to hear that anymore. He is a convicted murderer now. This ain't alleged no more. The jury has spoken. He is now a murderer. I have a strange feeling they are arguing life for him right now. They want to give him life. They want to send a message that we don't want this happening in our community. We're going to give him life. I'm telling you, Texas, that's how they feel out there. See, some people that are not native to Texas, they don't know how they think out there. I know how they think. See, Texas is getting an influx of people moving in, and their crime rate went up in certain areas because they're getting an influx of people that's moving there. They're going to send a message today. They don't want this to keep going on. I know, Prill, I know you say you don't think he should get life. I have a strange feeling they are looking at life for him. That's what they're looking at. Now, life in Texas, what is life in Texas? Is it 40 years or is it whatever? So life in certain areas is 25 years. But obviously life is life in Texas. You know why I say that? Because the sentence is they can decide from 5 years to 99 years or life. So 99 for life is over 100 years, I guess. They're going to make an example out of him. They're going to say, we don't want this in our community. We don't. I mean, these kids, you know why? You know what I blame? You know what I blame? The music they listen to is demonic. It's on a different frequency. It's demonic. Kill, 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 and I'm going to drill you and all this stuff. That's what they listening to. It's demonic. And I'm not saying, I'm not trying to make no excuses, but the music is demonic. And they promote this stuff. But I'm trying to tell you, we not worried about him no more. Karmelo is over with. He made the mistake. He's done. Now, how can we help another kid out before the mistake happened? That's what we need to be having a discussion now. Karmelo life's over. They're going to give him life. Remember I said it, y'all. I predicted everything else. I said this is going to be a quick verdict. They're going to give him murder. Now I'm telling you, they give him life. This is it for him. But how can we help some other kid out now? So he wouldn't be in the same position as Karmelo. Walk away. If you can't walk away, go find a grown-up. Can't find a grown-up, then call up the police. It's not worth it. If somebody want a fist fight with you, if you can't run, then you're going to have to defend yourself fist fight with your fist. And if that doesn't work, say, hey, man, you got it. I'm done. You got it. Or try to run and get an adult or somebody. Knife is not the answer. A gun is not the answer. We're hearing about this too much that these young people are killing themselves. When is this thing going to stop, man? So, yeah, they got to make an example out of them. I'm sorry, guys. They got to make an example here now. It's going to be life. Oh, well, they're going to make sure he's not suicidal. You said, no, he's not getting life. Just Sheila, the way somebody told me where that jury was reacting, he getting life. They not playing with him. I can tell y'all how Texas is. One day I'm going to have a whole presentation on the death row on how they do things. They make it look. They don't mind putting people down in Texas, Just Sheila. What they'll do is they'll make you your favorite food. Okay, they'll give you they make you your favorite food, and it's crazy in Texas. It's a different mentality there. You better hope some of these people are transplants, the ones that's on the jury, and they're not native from Texas. Because at the end of the day, guys, they saw somebody laying in a morgue that shouldn't have been there. He's getting life. Just telling you this. He's getting life. For life after 30 years, you're eligible for parole. Meaning he'll see the light of day again, guys, because he's what, 18? He'll be out before he's 50. That's life. Yeah, he will get out. Now, what if they say life without the possibility of parole? That's something different. That means he'll never get out. But life, I think he will get out. Yeah, they don't slap the wrist like it. Yeah, he's getting life, man. Yeah, he has the right to appeal. You said, does he have any grounds to appeal? Possibly. I don't know that with the objections. I wasn't in court because they object to certain things. I know they did object to the Batson challenge, because they didn't have any black jurors. They did already challenge that, so that could be something in court. You don't think they will? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be life without the possibility of parole. But I know how Texas. Well, actually, I can't see how Texas do because it's up to the jurors. It's not up to the judge to sentence them. It's up to the everyday people to sentence them. So we're going to see what they do. So you're right. They may give him 20. I keep thinking the judge. He lucky he won the judge. But nobody has the right to take somebody's life for no reason. I believe the ultimate penalty is life in prison. Life. You don't have the right to take somebody's life for no just reason. Your life has to be on the line for you to take somebody else's life. Let me give you an example. Let's say if somebody, I know the rules in Virginia. Let's say somebody break in my house, right, with a weapon, like a knife or a bat or something like that. And I have a firearm. And they see me and they run out of my house and I'm chasing after them. Do I have a right to shoot? No. I'm going to go to jail for about 20, 25 years. That's just Virginia. That's 2025 on the wake up. Okay. But if I had because they always say, we're going to shoot them, make sure you keep them in the house. Don't let them get away. So, but let's say he lunge after me with the bat. Yes, I can shoot. But if he's trying to retreat, no, I cannot. And if I do shoot, I have to accept the spoil. My spoil is 20 years in prison. I have to accept that. There's certain things in life you have to accept. It is what it is. I'm going to get 20 for first offense. You can't shoot somebody in the back. Now, let's say if the person is running but shooting back at me, yes, now I can shoot. Different scenarios like that. Now, what happens if somebody's breaking in my house, right? And I take cover, and as soon as that person come in, I start shooting. Is it right? I'm going to jail. You have to know first what's behind that door. You have to know. I'm just speaking for Virginia. You have to know, because what happens if the person had the wrong address? So you don't want to do that. You have to know that your life's on the line. But this kid, they got into an altercation. Coming in close, I got something for you. He touched him. This is where we at. That jury has every right to give him life. Every right. But we all can agree maybe they're not going to give him life. Then again, I don't know. I don't know. We got to wait and see. He has a possible appeal for insufficient counsel. Yeah, Virginia is a Commonwealth state, so you have to look at their laws. Their laws is a lot different than New Jersey, where I'm at now. Did you know Virginia is very lax when it comes to the laws? They're very liberal, believe it or not. They don't stop you for dark tint. They don't stop. Look, you can have a light falling from your car. The cops still don't stop you. You can have a loud muffler, still don't stop you. It's just your responsibility to make sure your car is running. They don't care anymore. They can't stop you for that anymore. If your inspection sticker is a year old, they don't stop you for that. They don't stop you for inspection sticker. Now, if they stop you for speeding, yes, then they're gonna give you a ticket for that. But they can't stop you if they say, "Do you know why I stopped you?" No, your inspection sticker. You better be recording it because you can fight that in court because they changed the laws on that. That can't be the reason why he pulled you over. Not in Virginia. Yeah, they like Harleys down there. Do you have to have your car insurance in Virginia? Yeah, I still have insurance. My stuff is still Virginia. I still have Virginia plates. Could Jose Baez gotten Carmelo off? Nah, he probably would have negotiated a deal for him. Certain stuff you don't take to court. This case he shouldn't have taken to court. He could have meant, hey, look, I'm gonna admit that I did this. I'm gonna admit, whatever. I would like to take a deal. Or we can negotiate a deal so we don't have to go to trial. Like I would say negotiate 20 years. Yeah, he could have did that. He probably wouldn't have taken this case. He only take a couple cases a year anyway. But maybe he would have got a better chance at, yeah, you're right, Ryan. It would have been a better situation for him, put it that way. He would have advised him, like, look, we can't take this to trial. Did Tony Busby take in this case? Nah. He wouldn't have taken this case. See, I could see if it was a situation where these kids were targeting him and like really coming after him, like with weapons and everything, and ready to beat him. That I could see. Actually, he wouldn't even went to trial, probably. Yeah, he wouldn't have went for this case, Ryan, for sure. I mean, he could have advised them, like, hey, we can see what we could do to try to negotiate for you. That's what I would have done. Let's see if we can negotiate for you. Maybe we can get you a little bit less time. He said Tony Busby is the best litigator in the nation. Maybe he could, and also he got connections in Texas. It's a good old boy system as far as the connections is concerned with these lawyers. Play golf together, so maybe he could have negotiated less time for him. You know what they do? They be helping each other. Hey, I got this case. Can y'all help me out? Okay, we got you. We'll get him 15. We'll give him 20 with the possibility of parole. And now it looks good for him. Look, I negotiate this for you. Yeah, so he could have had a more favorable outcome as far as negotiating, for sure. But whatever it was, they had a heated argument and it happened fast. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he do criminal defense. I thought he was just like going after suing people. Please have mercy on my son, Hayes said during a highly emotional sentencing phase. That's what she said. You said, I think this wasn't the first. I know they may have had beef or something. You think it's a possibility that they had beef? That they knew each other? Oh, he said he does high profile criminal cases. Okay. Yeah, Busby's pretty good. You think so, Ron? Like they may have had like a tiff or something. Like look at this look at him coming over here again. Like who you think he is? I'm thinking he told them to get out of the tent because they didn't know him like that. And that's just for their team. Oh, they said they were rival track teams. Yeah, none of this stuff came out in court. They said it was another guy he knew in the tent. That's what they said. Man, them boys is with the shits like that. They don't look like it. They probably were, huh? Austin had punched Carmelo in the face before he was stabbed. I heard that too. Man, I just wish he could have kept his hands to himself. That could be it too. I ain't going nowhere. I got something in my bag for you. I ain't going nowhere. You ain't making me go nowhere. I remember in my concealed weapons class, this guy said there's two kind of gun owners. There's a respectable type of gun owner that's very respectful and very safe. And there's another type of gun owner. You want to guess what it is? I wish an MF or would gun owner. You don't want to be that. You ain't gonna do nothing to me. I got my gun. You don't want nobody like that around. That's what it was, man. He got tired of the crap talking because they were talking crap back to each other. He said, "Look, you come, listen, bro. I ain't going nowhere, but you touch me if you want to. All right, I got something for you. Touch me if you want." And that's what happened. I know, just Sheila. I don't know why I didn't just leave that tent. I would have, but you know, that's just me. He said if he had a shoulder knife, they'd have went after him a different way. That's why I was talking about Cassius Clay earlier, Chud the Builder. So with Chud case, for those that don't know Chud, he started going viral because he'll go around messing with people. He said, "Why are you chimping out?" Oh, look at him. He chimping out. He'd say the N-word on him. Look at you chimping out. No, I mean, he'd be like, you're not chimping out. He's the one chimping out. So he went viral over it. Now he was starting to get a lot of money because he's getting a lot of views. So he kept doing it. That's his content, right? And sometimes people will get mad. He said, "Yeah, come close if you want to. I got something for you. I got some mace." And he said, "I got some hot ones for you too." What he didn't realize was when you bait people like that, that's against the law. And let's say if they attack him and he end up shooting them, he's still Chud's the one going to jail. He didn't know. He didn't know that. And another thing he didn't know, the authorities had been watching him for a while because they knew eventually they were going to lock him up. So that's what happened with Chud. He didn't understand the damn law. Yes, he's exercising his freedom of speech. But in the state of Tennessee, you can't provoke people and then say, "I got some hot ones for you," and then use it if the person decides to attack you. You're the one going to jail for that. And then the judge ruled that he can't use his GoFundMe money for his bail. So he's stuck right now until they lower his bail, maybe again. But he's stuck. Man. All right, let's see. Let me find out some updates here. Let me see if I can. I'm looking at some of the people react out in the courtroom. It was crying. See these people the whole trial. Let me see.
We know what reality is for us. We know what we do. We're seen as a threat, and they're going to pick us up and pick us out. So we can't give them what they want. We got to show them what they don't see, and how we collaborate, we partner, we show up for each other, and how we build our community to where they can't come in and do what they're doing, which is trying to divide based off an opinion. Carmelo Anthony absolutely deserves to use self-defense to protect his life. He did not show up to be a nuisance like they're like trying to put out. He was invited into the tent by a player who then denied that he knew him, and then we see all these pictures of them on the scene. We learned that they used this system to drown us out. They did it a new way. What Trump's doing right now. If we don't show up, they don't get to see us. If we don't ask questions, we would never know. If we don't educate, we stay divided. So now, if it's not a time that we need to become more of a community for each other and show up and share and educate and stop all this rhetoric. We are fighting too many people for us to.
All right, let me see. I'm just looking to see if there's like, did they the jury come up with something? Okay, let's see. Not yet. All right. Well, I'm going to come back. If they have, once they reach a decision on the sentencing phase, I'll be back. And I have a suspicion that I'm going to be back within the hour. That's what I think. I think I'm going to be back. It's gonna happen rather soon. But guys, I'm gonna be back, and I'm gonna wait for the sentencing. That should be soon because I don't think the jury's gonna stay tonight. But they can deliberate all the way up until 10 o'clock tonight because they're being sequestered. But if I'm a betting man, they're not trying to be sequestered tonight. They're trying to go home. So I think they'll have something today. We'll see. You said right if they all jumped him. They used right. But yeah, that video they didn't come out, you know. That's what I was waiting on. Was there like multiple people stomping him and he was cornered? You know, that's what I was looking for. But all right, guys, I'll be back when that decision comes in about the sentencing. I'll be back. All right, guys, I'll see you in a little bit.